Scientists work from models acquired through education and through subsequent exposure to the literature, often without quite knowing or needing to know what characteristics has given these models the status of community paradigm. Thomas Kuhn. Good afternoon and welcome to another CedTalks.
Yeah, welcome to CedTalks, where we separate fact from fiction. Mess it up a minute every time. This that said talk, yeah, we said it straight. Cut through the noise, elevate the debate. No
Welcome to
pseudo
CedTalks,
talk,
where
no
bold
foggy
ideas
claims.
meet
Just
real
evidence based
conversations.
when we
Join
build
us on
these
stage
frames.
as we
Said
challenge
talk,
assumptions
yeah,
and
clarity
spark
first.
community.
If it ain't got method, it probably won't work. From ancient knowledge to modern science, we draw that line, that clear defined. They say the ancients had science. Hold up, pause. Knowledge ain't the same as methodological laws. Observation, yeah, but control tests rare. No predictive models, you gotta be fair. We respect the past, but we keep it exact. Precision matters when you deal with facts. Astronomy grew, astrology split. One stayed empirical, one lean myth. The shift came through naturalistic method. Just and revised, that's how we embed it. Not culture bound, not tied to a place. It's a universal tool for the human race. This guy said talks, yeah, he said it straight. Cut through the noise, elevate the debate. No pseudo talk, no foggy claims. Just evidence based when we build these frames. Said talks, yeah, clarity first. If it ain't got method, it probably won't work. From ancient knowledge to modern science, we draw that line, that clear defiance. They blur definitions, start moving the goalposts. Turn fried to a claim that don't hold close. Science ain't on, this a process refined. Independent of culture, space and time. You can't redefine it to fit identity. That's how you lose all epistemic integrity. We test every claim, we don't just believe. If it can't be verified, we don't receive. From early observers to labs today, it's rigor and doubt that paved the way. Not name dropping scholars to win a debate, but data and method that validate. So what's your ideology? That's cool to ask, but truth ain't decided by the loudest class. We question it all, no sacred ground. If it don't hold up, we break it down. This that set talk, yeah, we live in direct. No fear in the facts, just intellectual respect. No more, no mirror, no fantasy, just truth, logic, and consistency.
Good afternoon, and welcome back to another Said Talks. We have reached the pinnacle of this series. This is the final episode in how we operate science. We dealt in what is empiricism. We examine materialism and we examined materialism and physicalism. We went through what positivism tried to accomplish, and we realized that falsification actually accomplished what positivism intended to do. Positive, positive, Positivism. Sorry about that, folks. Positivism was trying to establish by means of verification that the science actually was what it was. However, there was no way to verify the verification principle in and of itself. We saw that Karl Popper came up with falsification, and falsification has remained the cornerstone of how you actually verify. Today, we are going to look at another individual, a pragmatist in my eyes. Some call him a relativist. I see him more as a pragmatist. We are going to be exploring the work of Thomas Kuhn. Thomas Kuhn gave us the paradigms and what that actually meant and what it entails. What he actually did was he applied methodological naturalism to the institution of science. He understood human fallibility. He understand human bias, and he wanted to protect the institution of science from becoming again another authoritarian aspect of how science is conducted. He didn't want to create the environment where science became the new priest, right? We hear this term being often thrown around. However, systems has been put in place to prevent this from happening. He takes into account that the human experience is never void of the scientific endeavor, making things like a consensus and peer review paramount. Even in so doing, he still applies the same rigor of methodological naturalism to ensure that these institutions remain viable and true to their intent. So his work was more pragmatic, but he approached it from a very realistic area, not attempting to undermine science, mind you, which was some of the perceptions that you're going to see. However, in my honest opinion, he, being a avid historian himself, understood the pitfalls and the traps that lay around the corner, and addressed them accordingly by means of this piece of work that he did. It's groundbreaking. It is yet another cornerstone in the verification and the falsifying and the self-correcting status of science within itself. So, whereas the other philosophers were busy dissecting science, making sure that it operates within a logical and functional framework, Thomas Kuhn took the step outside and evaluated the whole institution by means of the same principle, taking into account the human factor and how we can adjust and account for that. Let me say good afternoon to everyone in the chat. I see two dogs for a cat. My favorite person is in the chat. Nice to have you here bright and early. Black Sun 403, always in the chat. I appreciate your presence, my brother. You could be anywhere else, but you are always here. Ramon Bears in the building. What it do, what it do, what it do. Yeah, Grant is in the building. Grant, your contributions to the work we have been doing here has been a remarkable. Your ability to synthesize the information, your ability to make the connection to the areas in which we as a community still have gaps is remarkable, and I truly appreciate you being here. Lamar Pope in the building. Thank you for being here. Yes, become a part of the pseudo killer army. Let us be the change we want to see in our society. Do not forget to hit that subscribe button. I am seeing a great amount of people are tuning in, viewing, but please hit that subscribe button. Become a part of the pseudo killer army. Become a part of this movement to adjust and correct the way we articulate and communicate and reason within our society and within our spaces. Again, I'm going to say scientific literacy is the tool to help you make the best decisions for yourself, your community at large, and your family. By doing so, you can alter the circumstances that you are currently in. Elma Reed in the building, Black African power all day, every day. What we are doing here is making what was seemingly to be the white man science accessible. We've taken subjects like philosophy and we've framed them in such a way that they are cool. The academic integrity remained what it is. However, the ability to translate that information to our audience, I think that is one of the tools and one of the benefits of being in a community like we have, pseudo killers, the Discord, the different perspective, understanding the limitations or where we are to do the necessary work. And I thank you for all your support over these past couple of weeks. We ain't done yet. We ain't done yet. Friday, we're going to have a free for all show on CedTalks. We're going to let our hair down. No presentations. It's just get up here. Let's talk about it on Friday. In the meantime, I'll be preparing for the Sunday installment of The Bridge when we take care of the transition from the Tutsi equation, going into the mindset of Copernicus and eventually in the work of Galileo. All these men, and this time is a time of turmoil. These are individuals that we call the bridge figures. They exist parallel in both worlds, and the examining of their framework is necessary as part of this whole endeavor to understand epistemic regimes, the rupture, and our institution of modern science. With that, before I get into there is a structure and an organization to what we do. So it is without further ado, I just gotta give you we're never going to stop honoring Reggie because Reggie created the confusion that led to this pedagogic and academic endeavor to actually bring the correct information to the community. The poor quality of the information Reggie was putting forth in the community led to the epistemic rupture that you are experiencing right now, where the quality of the product that the pseudo killers is presenting to you far outdo anything that our so-called competitors are able to provide. That's why become a part of the pseudo killers army. Hit the subscribe button. Don't forget to join the Discord. That is where all the action happens. That's where the real discussions take place. That's where we get it in. That's the academic center. That's the laboratory. So make sure you join the Discord and become a part of the pseudo killer army. Don't forget to hit the thumb up button and that subscribe button. Subscribe to the pseudo killers, help this channel grow, help us spread the message of sound reasoning, logical thinking, scientific reasoning, so that you and your family can make the best decisions for you, your family, and the wider community. Scientific literacy, again, I say, is the vaccine against the scammers, charlatans, hoodwinkers, and hustlers in our community. Shout out to Dr. Reggie. Without further ado, I'm going to get into the presentation. We're going on a ride, ladies and gentlemen, so stick with me. Thomas Kuhn and the scientific revolutions and the structure of scientific revolutions. That word revolutions is important. We are going to see within this presentation that we are talking about changing epistemic regimes. Can you talk about the epistemic regimes? Within epistemic regimes, you have paradigm shifts, and we are going to explore all of this. And it was necessary. We were in so deep. Thomas Kuhn is a necessary moment to step back and examine the total institution of what we have now called science. All right, let's get into it. Who was Thomas Kuhn? American historian and philosopher of science. He started out as a physicist, though. He was born in 1922. Originally trained as a physicist, like I mentioned, later became interested in the history of science. Now, I can understand why, right? The man is a pragmatist, I say again, and once you dissect the work, you're going to understand where I'm coming from. Being a part of the institution, he saw the fallibility, he saw the human aspect of it, and chose to address it in terms of providing safeguards. Major work, The Structure of the Scientific Revolution in 1962. Kuhn changed the philosophy of science by emphasizing the historical development of science. He went back and did exactly what we've done. He went back and he chronologically mapped everything, taking people's epistemic regimes, taking their cultural biases, all these things into account, and he understood the development of science. He understood the development of science with regards to the messiness of it and the serendipitous nature of it. If you understand that science is serendipitous and it's in its origin, you would understand the necessity to protect this instrument that we have that gives us correct data and information. Understanding human nature requires that you now guard the institution itself from digressing into the old model of authoritarianism again. The role of the scientific communities, the influence of paradigms. We're going to get into that because it's important to understand that aspect as well. The non-linear nature of scientific change. You see non-linearity. Ooh, what's wrong with the tongue twisters today? Non-linearity is a recurring theme throughout this whole process. So you see the linearity with which the subject was approached by Reggie and the like continue to fail the metric of understanding this particular paradigm. There is no linearity here when you have shifting of paradigms, the demolishing or the falling apart of epistemic regimes, and the necessity to produce a new one in a time of turmoil when the authority was still doing everything to maintain and establish its power. Before Kuhn, science was often viewed as objective, rational, cumulative, progressive, continuously improving through evidence. Hmm, hmm. That's the old view. So this influences logical positivism, as we saw, the verificationism, and ultimately even Karl Popper's falsification principle, right? By means of this format, objective, rational, we assume these things while we're engaging in it, right? That we are objective. The human being is inherently subjective. This is what we are examining here. This is why we're leading from here. We're going into the philosophy of mind as our next endeavor to explore and examine and tear asunder. We're working on the production of that, so maybe not early next week, but sometime during the week or the week after. Might take a little week off. Who knows? But we are preparing. I'm preparing the program and the production for that series, which follows naturally after this. We have examined the tool. Now we need to examine the mind and how the mind uses this particular tool. Science progresses simply by gathering evidence. Bacon's philosophy, we go out, we gather evidence, we test theories, hypotheses, we reject false theories, the hypotheses that do not, which are falsified, we reject them. And by doing so, by the process of elimination, we move closer and closer to the truth. We examined that on in the last episode when we dealt with falsification. It's a process of elimination. You have your hypothesis, you have your work. I am not now going to verify it. I am going to do everything possible to prove it wrong. In not being able to prove it wrong, we have established its validity, right? Well, let's continue. Come argued reality is far more complicated. As we have been seeing, as we have been seeing throughout this whole exercise, right? It is far more complicated than we think. Every episode, we reach a particular point, and then we open another door and take us down another rabbit hole. We saw that you cannot just simply define Newton as a scientist. It's not that black and white. His work later on became the foundation of physics. However, the man himself was deeply religious and his endeavors were of a other nature. His endeavors were not purely with the scientific development in mind. His objective was to establish a supernatural principle by means of mathematics. So we see the messiness. We've exposed that throughout this series. And we understand the human mind is a subjective agent. These are the foundation with which we need to continue. So, what is a paradigm? It's a shared framework. We understand, we here in the West, I keep saying we're cultural Christians, right? Because when I say Good Friday, regardless of you practicing that religion or not, that word, that concept has value, it has weight. We understand that because we are operating within that particular paradigm. When I say Jesus Christ, we understand what that is. When I say physics, we understand what that is. When I say car, we understand what that is. It is mode of transportation within our particular paradigm. We in the West operate within a paradigm, and there are other cultures around the world that operate within other paradigms, other things that are more important to that society. With the framework of science, you are still going to apply this methodology to the things within your paradigm that are important. I know I'm getting ahead of myself, but I'm preparing you for what's coming up. I'm gonna ask some questions in the chat later. See if y'all paying attention, because seem to have your own conversation over there. See, side view vibe. You want to teach? You can get up here and do your own training. However, I appreciate if you focus on what we're doing up here. Appreciate it. A model for understanding reality. That's a paradigm. This is a model for us understanding reality, how we engage. And each culture has a unique way of exercising their understanding of reality. Regardless of science, cultures are still the dominant force within any culture, within any community. That is going to be the specific and particular paradigm within which you operate. Values are different. Same science, supposed to be objective. Is it? When a subjective mind is applying it within the paradigm that they have. Now you're starting to understand how important Thomas Kuhn's work is. Because now we're slowing down, right? I had y'all solid on solid ground after the last presentation with falsification. Now I'm asking you to take a step back and go, oh, wait a minute. Hey, hey, let's look at this for a second. Please thumb up the show, share the show, let everybody know that we are in the building. It's the final episode in this series, one of the most important chapters in this whole production. The work of Thomas Kuhn. He is going to ground us in reality, and make us aware of our limitations and how important collaboration and peer review is. Well, we're going to get there. So it's a set of assumptions, methods, standards, and practices accepted by a scientific community, not all scientific community, a scientific community, because each scientific community operates within its own paradigm. I know what I'm doing. I know it seems like I'm isolating the science again, making it subjective. Walk with me. Walk with me. Trust me, we're going to get there. This is just articulating the reality of things. We have to codify things as they actually are to be able to address them accordingly. All right, stick with me. So now we have something called paradigm shapes. So you can understand that if each particular culture has its unique paradigm, there are going to be shapes to these paradigms. They are going to have characteristics, identity. So, what questions scientists ask? What would be important? For example, Japan doesn't engage in too much warfare. What do we see coming out of Japan? A lot of new discoveries and new developments in terms of animal behavior. Hey, level scientists. 10-year-old just recently discovered that during the metamorphosis of butterflies, they retain awareness of their previous condition as a caterpillar. Shout out to 2 dogs and a cat, and 2 dogs and 4 cats. Sent me that article, quite interesting. 10-year-old. This is the paradigm and the environment they're in. It makes sense to me because a couple of weeks ago, we discovered that Japanese scientists produced work that birds have actual grammar. They communicate via a language. They have words and they have sentence structures. Japanese scientists. In the West, we get military advancements. I'm just saying. It is where the focus is and where your attention is. Science, nonetheless. So, what type of questions you're going to ask as a scientist is within the paradigm that you exist. Science as a tool is objective. You can take this tool and apply it. But the way you are applying it, the reason you're going to apply it, the questions you are asking is related to your paradigm. What counts as evidence? What methods are acceptable? What problems are considered important? You have a chemist and a biologist looking at a particular paradigm. Their view is going to be different because of the paradigms in which they operate. You see, there again, another layer called paradigm. So, paradigm is an understanding of the confinements, the reasoning, and that is based within the environment, within the culture that you have. See anonymous PM in the building. What up? What up? What it do? So again, you have a you're in a particular paradigm. Each paradigm is unique. You have a tool, scientific method, which is objective, applicable. However, the individuals applying it are doing it within a particular paradigm. That paradigm has a shape. It's going to define the questions you're going to ask. It's going to determine what counts as evidence. It's going to determine what methods are acceptable, what problems are considered important. We are never taking the human out of the equation. What it do, Mac Rob in the building, Thanos. Keeping our hearts and our bodies in check. Don't forget to check out Med Talks every Sunday right here on your Pseudo Killers platform, the home for information. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button, become a part of the Pseudo Killer Army, get in the Discord, right? Because there is where the actual work happens. Shout out to Ghouls, my right hand man, my assistant producer. Whatever I need, it's going to be right there in the chat before I know it. Thank you for all your support. Don't forget, hit the thumb up button, like the show, share the show. We are getting it in. Let's go. Demar Milton, yo, what's up? Good to have you in the building. So, you are seeing the very human nature now, right? We've been dissecting science and its clinical application with pop, all these hard philosophical terms. And now we're back. Hey, it's humans. It's humans. Stay with me here. It's humans. And we operate within frameworks. We exist within frameworks. You cannot separate yourself from your culture. Your culture forms part of your identity. What becomes important is based on the paradigm you're in, your environment, not just your environment. That's why the paradigm is a perfect word. It's within the headspace, within your operation field. Newtonian physics for centuries, Isaac Newton mechanics dominated physics paradigm, right? Geocentrism before Copernican revolution, Earth-centered cosmology was the accepted paradigm. Tune in this Sunday for another Pseudo Killer Sunday School where we take our next look at the characters in the bridge. We're going to be examining the Tutsi equation, the Copernican application thereof, and later on the Galilean dismissal of all of that for the ecliptical motions of the heavenly bodies. But stay tuned for Sunday. We're going to be getting into that. Let's continue. Germ theory will place all the ideas of disease and malaise, the malaise theory, right? That it's in the air, etc. You got the germ theory. This was a shift, a paradigm shift. Now we no longer look at illness from it's in the air or whatever. It is caused by pathogens. Pathogens can be identified with the microscope developed by Anthony van Leeuwenhoek, and you have Pasteur who is doing this work and realize, oh, wait a minute, germs. Normal science. Most scientists are not consistently trying to overthrow theories. Instead, right, what are we doing? A scientist is going through the falsification method because that is a absolute necessity. However, Your hypothesis has already provided this falsification. You have already attempted to falsify your own experiment. So, what we mostly do is we try to improve on it now, working within the current paradigm. Because how are you going to, the paradigm, you have to work within the paradigm. The paradigm shifts occurs most likely serendipitously. That means you discover something new by accident, or what you were doing, your experimentation was going down a particular road, and once you got to where you were going, a whole new set of questions opening, shifting the way you observed everything before. But you are operating initially from the paradigm that you are in. Stay with me now. Solving the puzzles within that paradigm. Right now, what is the puzzle we are trying to solve? We are beyond Newtonian physics. We are into quantum physics. We now have the ability to manipulate spooky interaction at a distance. Does that mean we understand it to some degree? Does it mean we actually know what it is? Still a question mark. Gravity, both a theory and a fact. There are aspects to gravity that we still do not really understand. So we're trying to solve the puzzles within our paradigm. Black hole, dark energy. The observations provide us, we see the effect. We assume there's a cause. Cannot identify, we don't understand it yet. So we're trying to solve these puzzles. They are within the current paradigm. What's the current paradigm? The current paradigm is quantum physics. We're beyond Newtonian physics. So refining existing models, extend current knowledge. We've been examining over the last couple of weeks. We've seen, thanks, shout out to Lex Vortex, that they now have the ability to use quantum entanglement to produce quantum computing, instantaneous data transfer. Instantaneous data transfer. How many Nobel Prize have been awarded based on people proving, providing the evidence necessary for Einstein's hypotheses, theories? Words used interchangeable. At the point that they are proven, they become theories, but they start off as hypotheses because they contain novel testable prediction. So one moment that novel testable prediction is established, you have a scientific theory. That's it. Science is usually conservative. Y'all, yes. I don't believe you. I'm going to take it again. This is the paradigm in which we operate. Gravity is what it is. Do not talk to me about flat earth. I don't believe you. I'm going to run the experiments. Then I'm going to run them again. Then I'm going to send them to other colleagues. You are trying to move the paradigm. You need to have unbelievable evidence. We do not accept anomalies. Scientists generally defend the existing framework rather than consistently changing it. We need some stability. Nature operates on a stable basis, so there's a certain amount of deterministic nature in which we operate. So, of course, understanding the four fundamental forces, I'm not changing that framework on a willy-nilly. We're not doing that. You are going to have to come correct. We have a deterministic nature of reality. It operates the way it is. Our models work. What are you talking about? That's the scientist. An anomaly is an observational result that does not fit within the current paradigm. You hear about them all the time. Well, there's an anomaly. We detected an anomaly. There's an anomaly. When science sees that, you do two things: rerun the experiment We go about the process of trying to eliminate that anomaly. Was that anomaly human error, calculation, data corruption? We go through that process and it could take years sometimes. In doing so, the falsification of the anomaly can sometimes indeed become what is known as a paradigm shift within the current paradigm. You can have a paradigm shift within the current paradigm. You know, the Russian dolls, think of it like that. The Russian dolls. So it's one concept within a concept within a concept. And now imagine that it has multiple wings. So you got all these paradigms with different cultures. They operating within the umbrella of science and they're executing their experiments according to the scientific method. But their paradigm is determining how they're using these tools, what results are important. Stay with me because we're going to get to. I see the confusion is happening. Wait a minute. So, how was the universe? I hear the questions. This is why work from Thomas Kuhn is important. Y'all, the scientism which we were experiencing throughout this whole endeavor is because y'all didn't take into account these things. So slow that conversation down. There was no universality in terms of the paradigm. There is no objectivity in terms of the paradigm, as we will see in the philosophy of mind. That interface thingy we got there. It's not a problem, but we needed tool. We needed an extra interface to produce some level of objectivity. That tool is science, but you're using it within a subjective framework. This is what Kant is telling us. Hey, so scientists usually ignore anomalies, explain them away, treat them as temporary problems, and they go on a journey of trying to explain it away. They do run this test and run that test. They do this. Oh no, contaminate. They do it all. You don't like anomalies. Try to get rid of them by means of the same falsification process. An anomaly or result that does not own. But when an anomaly accumulates, confidence in the paradigm weakens. So now we are getting this particular phenomena. Let's take us back to Copernicus. Make it easy example. Galileo, under the same epistemic regime, is supposed to assume perfect symmetry. Assume that. They have the tools to measure it. Raw observation, okay. That was the paradigm from the natural philosophers, going back to Ptolemy. So when the Arabs did their work, they were not going to operate outside of that epistemic framework. Symmetry needed to be there. That was already established. How? By means of fiat. But it was the universe was symmetrical because God did it. So thingy. All right. Copernicus, confronted with the reality, Tutsi model made straight lines make it work, fudging the math because the math needs to fit the paradigm. Copernicus, still operating within the paradigm, uses Tutsi equation, does his own magic, and ends up making the heliocentric model. Now, you would say, well, the science, right? No. Science, right? No. Why not? The paradigm remained intact. The symmetrical nature of the universe was the principle that guided his action. So he maintained perfect symmetry. Galileo got instruments and he looking and there ain't no symmetry there. So something got to give, and it's not the data, it's not the calculations. It's got to be the paradigm. And understand when you try mess up paradigm, they want your neck. This is pre-science. Okay? So the fact that he went against the paradigm is why they wanted his neck. He obstructed the paradigm because the data forced the shift. Scientific disagreements increase. This is where you see debates back and forth. Conferences, and the fight begins. Now, these anomalies have to be accounted for. You're going to start to get an alternative theories emerge. And then the scientific process goes into effect again. Falsification, experimentation, elimination of theories that are inadequate to explain the phenomena or the anomaly. And here's a caveat. Whatever hypotheses you produce to explain or incorporate the anomaly, it must also incorporate all the other data as well. So you must improve on the existing model or incorporate the new anomaly into the existing model by means of your hypothesis. An anomaly is an observational result that does not fit the current paradigm. The shift, when the old paradigm can no longer solve major problems. When the problems become too much, can't solve them, then is when you get the paradigm shift. Tiger Hunter, what's good? Welcome to the show. A scientific revolution occurs. Now you're going to get the revolution. You see, the old paradigm could not explain this new data from all around the world. Scholasticism couldn't do it. Aristotle didn't know. Ptolemy didn't know. Thales did not know. They did not know. Paradigm crumbles. Revolution, the scientific revolution. The. We are now in the age of science. The same phenomena continues to take place. Within science, you have scientific revolution. And I'm sure we could think of a couple of them off the head. A new paradigm replaces the old one. New paradigm replaces the old one. New paradigm must also include all the other data. So Copernicus revolution, Nicholas Copernicus replaced geocentrism with heliocentrism. Copernicus revolution, Nicholas Copernicus, said that twice, sorry. Einsteinian relativity. Albert Einstein transformed physics beyond Newtonian mechanics. This is the best one we have. We could have we could talk about a current one. We can always go back to the pandemic and talk about the paradigm shift in terms of vaccines and its delivery. That's a paradigm shift. Quantum mechanics revolutionized classic understanding of matter and energy. Remember, we went from materialism to physicalism. We understand now that space-time is a fabric. It's a thing. It's physical. which helps us to understand the physicality of our thoughts, emergent products from the brain. Incommensurability. This is a good one. This is where we're going to start to get into some of the contentions with the good brother Khan. Khan argued competing paradigms may be incommensurable. That means they cannot match, cannot go together. Meaning, not fully measurable by the same standards. Not directly comparable within a single neutral framework. Science being applied properly, but my paradigm asks different questions, seek different solutions, and it may not be comparable. So now, does this allow me to dismiss the science? Say it's bullshit? Or do we go through the process of falsification same way by examining the data in its purest form, understanding the methodology applied, peer review. For me to falsify your position, I need to understand your application, your methodology. These are all requirements. So I'm keeping y'all right here, keeping you right here. Operating with different assumptions and different conceptual systems. You can understand that there are going to be different conceptualization and different assumptions based on your culture, based on your paradigm. We need to take these things into account. He's not undermining science. He's safeguarding science from becoming the modern priesthood, where by means of your affluency, by means of your influence, you're able to undermine other scientific endeavors because they do not fit within the paradigm that you are operating in. Pragmatic. At the end of the day, science is but a tool for us to navigate the natural world around us. Helps us to obtain as many true justified beliefs as possible. Your paradigm determines the questions you're asking. Using different definitions or interpretations of evidence. Here, not only your paradigm, but the field. Each field uses particular words differently, have different uses for definitions. We've seen that over the last couple of days with my good brother Roy Chess, assuming that we were using these philosophical terms out of context, misappropriating or applying them incorrectly because he does not understand the philosophy of science and a particular use of these terminologies. Axioms are used in a very specific way. Epistemology is used in a specific way. Morality is used in a specific way. So within the areas and within the domains of operation, you have nomenclature that is identical, but yet the definitions are different. And what we are looking for can be fundamentally different. A chemist has different evidence requirements than a biologist. What a chemist finds noise, a biologist needs to interject into his formulation of his hypothesis or the execution of his experimentation. So you see here, this is an issue, not an issue. It is a reality within the discipline of science itself. Asking different scientific questions. I illustrated the difference between the questions being asked in Japan in terms of the science that they're producing and in terms of what the West is producing, right? It is what questions you are going to be asking based on the paradigm, based on what is important for the community, the paradigm that you're in. This is going to indicate and dictate the direction of the work you're doing. Same scientific tool, proper application of methodological naturalism. The paradigm, what I'm looking for, looking at, or examining is within that paradigm relevant. So you can have incommensurability, that these things do not mesh. However, it doesn't mean that any one paradigm gets to dismiss. This is a great work of Thomas Kuhn. He's preventing the priesthood of science from being formed, applying different methods and standards of evaluation. So when you're applying your standards, I need to be aware of your standards, why these standards are important. When assessing your work, I need to operate within a particular paradigm, even though I'm applying the rules of falsification. Or your data might require me, might eventually look at it from a different perspective and acquire other information. You often hear scientists, well, this was the leading hypothesis, but we decided to take a look at it from a different angle, and this is science. So within the paradigm, you are falsifying, correcting, upgrading, fixing, not necessarily initiating a paradigm shift. Anomalies and the inability to account for them, mounting anomalies, or the inability to remove the anomaly makes the anomaly now part of the quest for understanding. This needs to be explained. Scientists may literally see the world differently under competing paradigms, and it makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense. This was what Thomas Kuhn was doing. He was like, oh, yo, yo, yo. I see your boys, them going down the road, and scientists there. Science this, science that. Hold up, hold up. Take a step back. Slow down, slow down, slow down. We are dealing with a very human aspect here. Mind you, he's a physicist. But as we did, he went through and examined the history of science and he saw the messy nature. He understood that combat between the authority and what science represented. And he's seeing that science is becoming this authority thing here. And he's watching and observing and he's seeing where these stumbling blocks can exist. So he's codifying the landscape. People see him as a realist. I see him more as a pragmatist. His realism produces the pragmatic approach, what we are going to see as we continue. So Karl Popper, science advances through falsification. Scientists actively try to refute theories. Kuhn argued scientists usually protect paradigms. Revolutions are rare. And he is right. Evidence alone does not determine a paradigm change. Evidence alone does not determine a paradigm change. Evidence can be incorporated within the paradigm. The anomaly, which cannot be explained away, mounting anomalies, at this point, they're no longer anomalies. Anomalies one, maybe two. At the point you get mounting anomalies, that means my position is inherently incorrect. The paradigm is going to fall apart. There are factors not accounted for. There are gaps, holes. This is what leads to paradigm shifts, not just evidence. Social and historical factors matter. Shout out to Sosa. There is no way you can eliminate or remove the human element. If we look around the world, science is applied differently in different countries. The tool is there, but what the tool produces is fundamentally different everywhere in the world. When you have a social political system, a lot of your science is going to go geared toward the improvement of particular individuals or the individual's life. The stability of your society says now we can focus more on the minute things, understanding the anomalies of nature and go and investigate a la Japan. Or DARPA is where all your research money is going to maintain your military superiority by using science to develop high end technology. Agriculture, places where agriculture is predominant, their science is geared toward understanding the soil, understanding the ecosystem, different sciences. Experts, technical, segue to a technical point. In the Netherlands, their engineering is top notch worldwide. Why? Their country is fundamentally underneath, below the zeespiegel, below sea level. So it's part of their epistemic regime, part of their paradigm to be experts in this area. Social and historical factors matter. Difference between Papa and Kuhn. Science is consistently critical. Kuhn says no, science is mostly stable until crises emerge. And he's right. Why it makes sense. If I understand falsification, how am I going to conduct my experimentation? I am attempting to falsify my own work because I know you're going to go through the process of falsification. So it's mostly stable. We're operating within a particular paradigm. It's the crises that force these paradigm shifts. The sociology of science. So this is Kuhn saying, hey. With all of this reality, with all of this human nature to science, we need to study science. We need to study these scientific institutions. We need to apply methodological naturalism to the institution itself. So he's applying science to the institution of science, examining the scientific culture, making sure that we don't go into the priesthood of science. We don't want to go there. We're not doing that. Consensus formation, how it is done. Is consensus only gathered within your paradigm? Is that peer review? Is that a real consensus? Or consensus meant across civilizations where you need to be able to articulate and defend your particular position within the science? So your paradigm is your paradigm, but your consensus as to the work is not solely within your paradigm. Does that consensus happen? Because that's ain't real consensus then, not from a scientific perspective. That would be verification and not falsification. So consensus is mostly formed outside of your direct sphere of influence. Peer review communities, EDM, world endeavor, a large and unconnected body as possible, exposing your particular hypothesis to as many paradigms as possible, different perspective, analyzing your work from their paradigm, but within your metrics. High level of objectivity. But that needs to be the norm and the standard. So consistent evaluation of all of these systems is what Kuhn introduced. Pragmatism, because he understood the limitations. And of course, scientific authority. The word is an oxymoron within and of itself. The science, the nature is the authority. Our ability to understand nature by the use of this tool puts the scientist again in the position of authority. So we need to safeguard for that priesthood, peer review, consensus. No kings. Science is conducted by humans with biases, with traditions, professional pressures, and shared assumptions. This is a fact of reality that we cannot get away from, should not want to get away from. When you embrace this, you understand the limitations. When you understand the limitations, your method of operation changes fundamentally. You take these things into consideration, you account for them. So we get criticism of his work because these people simply didn't understand what man was doing. Accuse him of relativism. He's making science relative. He's watering it down. He doesn't have the substance. If your particular paradigm is producing a difference, then there's no objectivity. Stop it, y'all. Y'all ain't know nothing. Who gave you a PhD? He didn't make it seem subjective. He understood the subjective nature of the humans conducting the experiments. And therefore, you must safeguard against it if you are going to understand science as a self correcting tool. You must engage with these facts. So he's not a relativist. He was not attempting to make science or subjective or make it less have less weight than it actually have. He was making sure that these pitfalls were identified, spray painted, and highlighted with yellow neon so that the scientific community avoids it. Critics fear truth becomes socially constructed. No, it doesn't. This is a fundamental misunderstanding. Everything I've been explaining you was leading up for you to see how this particular position is framing the gentleman incorrectly. Again, can do me a favor, thumb up the video, share the video, tell a friend to tell a friend. Pseudo Killers doing this work. Join the Pseudo Killer Army. Hit that subscribe button. Help us get to 4,000, 5,000, 10,000 strong in this community. When we hit that threshold, we can actually start to affect the positive change that we want to see on the whole. Help us reach that goal. Help us change the community the way we want to see it change. Hit that thumb up button and don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Let's continue. Science becomes just another belief system. These are the people that fundamentally didn't study the history of science, don't understand the human dynamic and the subjective nature of humans. He is safeguarding us against us ending up right where we was back into the position of authority, and when there is no subjectivity, and then you get the people with the most power getting to decide what counts as science, and they get to determine the epistemic frameworks. No, 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 no. Humans are humans. Your culture, your paradigm, your society is going to play a role in how you engage with the science. You understand that? Good. Accept that? Good. Do your science. We're going to check you over here. We're going to check you over there. We're going to check you over there. We're going to make it holistic. But we're not going to go into the dismissive tone. That doesn't count because it doesn't fit within the paradigm or within the framework of what we, any particular group, considered most relevant or more important. You cannot go to a farming community and tell them that science that they are developing to produce what they need is less relevant than the science you're producing because you want to do another nuclear bomb. They don't have no need for that type of science. It's not within their framework. Not interested. Not a belief system. It is the acceptance and the understanding of human nature. And once you embrace this reality, you can account for it in your system by means of your consensus forming. How you form consensus? What are the parameters? Are you going to go within your paradigm to form consensus? Then there's subjectivity is going to outweigh your objectivity. You need that unsupported, uncorroborated vetting of your work. That peer review process must also happen as far as possible outside of your direct sphere of influence. These are the mechanisms that keep things honest. Kuhn did not say all paradigms are equally true. Didn't say that either. But if I'm applying a process of consensus and peer review outside of the confinement and the comfort of my particular paradigm, I am already accepting that as a reality. The falsification process stays in place, although it happens on a much more larger scale and outside of the direct sphere of influence. Shout out to Juju and Tiger Hunter in the chat. Science is arbitrary. Far from it. Man is a physicist, bro. Man is a physicist. But at the same time, he saw the pitfall. He saw how the scientists was promoting smoking. Scientists say you can smoke 10 packs a day and you'll be fine. The scientists say, go back to the 50s and 60s, watch all those commercials. Got a white coat on a dude. Science says, he was done seeing the priesthood farming. He saw it. Hey, wait a minute. Slow your roll. Wait up. Hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute. This was the pushback. But then you're fundamentally missing the point. He argues scientific progress is more historically complex than previously assumed. We now understand the serendipitous nature of science. Newton wasn't trying to do no damn science. Newton was trying to prove his God. Failed at it. Science came out of it. Descartes was trying to save his neck because 2 weeks before that, he was beating on his chest because we know everything. We know everything. He read every book in the library. He was a top scholasticism. He know everything. That no teach stinky fat sailor came and said, you know damn. You know jack all nothing, you pompous bastard. French. Guillotine. Boom. Send for the nez. Viens ici. Viens ici. Qu'est-ce que? What's this? Your Majesty. Well, the false. We are mere mortals, and with time, God would reveal all His secrets to me. Or if I can imagine a triangle with all its shapes, then surely, the mere fact that I can conceive of a almighty being, then all truth shall be revealed in time, Your Majesty. This is but an opportunity to explore more of God's wonderful creations. Fool a queen, saved another day. So the fact that we can be wrong came part of science. Serendipitous. Man was trying to save his neck. Remember Kant? I don't like him. He's another one. He made an imaginary wall, making concepts of having discussions about the noumena valuable Even though he actually admit they ain't got no value there, you can just make it up. Science operates within a phenomenon. But these are all serendipitous. The French materialists, the middle finger to the establishment, ain't got no damn soul. Get out of here. These became the pillars of science. Not intended to. The French materialists were fighting their battle, independence and opposing the state. People hungry in the street, and on my internet said, let them eat cake. Hume, same thing. Hume, there. Humans in the Protestant arena. They fight in the church over there for their independence. Hume taking shots at the Pope. Blah, 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 blah. He wasn't trying to establish no science. Science came about as messy, serendipitous, crumbling of an epistemic regime trying to survive. Imre Lakatos attempted a middle ground between Papa and Kuhn. Research programs, progressive versus degenerative science. So now we're going to start to put these things into categories, right? Yeah, you see, I always start to try to categorize things. Who you determine what's a degenerative science? You are determining these things based on your epistemic framework, based on your particular paradigm. This is exactly what Kuhn was trying to avoid. Progressive. What's progressive science? Of degenerative science. These terms make no real sense. Yes, we operate within research programs, but those research programs can go any which way. It is that process of consensus forming and peer review that is going to be the linchpin. Because I'm reviewing your data without your cultural baggage, within mind. The science got to be sound. Paul Ferreira Bend, a more radical critique. Yeah, he a wild man. He goes against methods, rejects universal scientific rules. If you reject methodological naturalism, my friend, you are no longer engaging in the endeavor of science. Mm. Regardless of your philosophical framework, my friend, it is important that the application of the tool to acquire said information be applied as objectively as possible. There must be a framework. Otherwise, you are taking us back to the authoritative state where the illusion of science has been applied. Don't let the types take us back. Run him out of the building. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. Today, Kuhn influences, the philosophy of science, sociology of science, the history of science, science education as a whole, and public understanding of science. Everything we've been doing. Kuhn helped explain the philosophy of science, sociology of science, history of science, science education, and the public understanding of science. Kuhn helped explain the resistance to new ideas. My paradigm is going to mess up my paradigm. We'll stay right here. We'll synthesize that information within it. If it's not an anomaly, must fit. Scientific controversies, anomalies, the inability to explain them away creates the controversies. Now you have emerging hypotheses left and right, and the process goes into effect again. The institutional inertia, that means becoming complacent within the framework. That's why he applies methodological naturalism to the institution to safeguard against the priesthood of science. Paradigm conflicts in modern debates. So everything we were taking into consideration, everything we were looking at, This is his contribution. Uh, Historically, humans, oh, no, boy, I'm sorry about this. Kuhn transformed our understanding of science by showing that science is not a simple mechanism. It is uh, historical, it is human, it is institutional, and it is revolutionary. But it remains a human endeavor. Paradigm shapes how scientists interpret reality itself, and scientific revolution can fundamentally transforms humanity's understanding of the universe. We went from Newtonian physics to quantum physics. We went from Newtonian physics to special and general relativity. We went from the universe existence as material to the universe as physical, right? These are paradigm shifts, changing our understanding and how we operate within the natural world. The history of science is not just a story of discovery, it is also a story of intellectual revolutions, those bridge individuals. Science has always been a way in which we think, how we look at the natural world, and how we extract information from it. What you are looking at, your description of that particular phenomena, is always going to change based on the framework, the paradigm within which you operate. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We have reached the end of this series. I've reached the end of this series. And now I think we've come full circle. I want to thank everybody for being in the building. Ms. Felicia, thanks for being here. So Goose, always, always, always a pleasure to have you in the building. Choo choo, it's in the building. So this is important. So now we've come full circle. We understand the human, very human aspect of this thing that we call science, and uh, the scientism that we try to prevent. Science is a good tool, but it's not the end all be all. We need to take the precautions and put the guidelines and the how you say, the curtail on, and keep into account the reality of this whole situation, right? Uh, Science is a tool for us to use. Science isn't the end all be all. Science helps us understand and navigate reality. At the same time, we must prevent and ensure that we don't become dogmatic, that we do not regress into scientism or into science priesthood. That's why understanding different paradigms, different perspective, engaging in science allows you to be more holistic in understanding and appreciating the world. Scientific literacy, for example, eliminates racism. You know it's there, but it crumbles under the weight of reality. Scientific literacy, although it gives you a strong tool, you become humble. You understand the limitations of your own understanding. You embrace everything with a level of skepticism that requires you to do the extra work to understand reality around you. Science is a very humbling experience, humbling endeavor. It seems within these atmospheres, science is undefeated, etc., etc. Yes, because it is. But it is a humbling tool for the human itself. It puts you in put things in perspective, and it allows you to understand the limitations of your human self, the limitations of the tools that we are using, and the humility that it takes to continue the process of acquiring more, more, and new information. Leaving room for ruptures in the paradigm, always having the ability to change your mind. That's why you see, for example, the pseudo killers family is not dogmatic. We are structured and we are disciplined in our approach towards science. Dogmatism leads to the inability to actually be able to communicate and articulate yourself coherently. And this operates counterproductive to what science is. Science allows us to look at cultures within their own paradigm, appreciating them, and not necessarily forcing science down their throats. Um, this whole exercise, this whole experience, we've seen that those who are less scientifically literate see science as a golden tool, a get out of jail free card, and then want to apply it retroactively to cultures that didn't have it, meaning they fundamentally do not respect these cultures in their endeavors. They do not appreciate them within their epistemic regime. They are operating counter to what Thomas is asking us to do. Hey, evaluate the information on its own merit, apply the scientific rigor. However, do not discount these people epistemic regimes or what they deem important within their framework. Now, that doesn't mean water down science to whatever you're doing. Doesn't mean that. It means be holistic in your understanding and your engagement with the data and with the subject matter. My shirt over. With the data and the subject matter. I dropped the link in the chat. If anybody wants to get up here and talk about it, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to play some music and have a little fun until I get ready to get out of here. All right. I did my job for the day. Now it's time for me to. I'm going to harass Reggie. Why not? Right? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, always a good day. Don't forget the pseudo killers. Get the oil. Get the oil. Get the oil. Get the oil. Hit the button, pseudo killers, yeah, we hit the button. Expose the myth, yeah, we hit the button. Identify the target, hit the button, hit the button, hit the button. Scientific literacy, hit the button. No excuses, yeah, we hit the button. Pseudo killers, yeah, we hit the button. Shoot you in the slot, yeah, she's taking a shot. Kick door Kent Logan, making it hot. The drive-by's coming, we calling you out. Pseudo killers in the building, no room for doubt. Hit the buttons, pseudo killers, yeah, we hit the button. Expose the myth, yeah, we hit the button. Identify the target, hit the button, hit the button, hit the button, hit the button. Got killer 45s, he's holding the base. Set with the rubric right in your face. Ike brings the heat, yeah, the trifecta's here. The dissection is surgical, the logic is clear. Hit the button, pseudo killers, yeah, we hit the button. Expose the myth, yeah. And of course, our Med Talk show every Sunday with Malcolm. The pathology of the living. To the lab, keep the vision focused. We're dissecting the machine, yeah, we're peeling back the notice. From the mirror to the muscle, every vessel got a mission. Malcolm's on the blade, surgical with the precision. The killer family of shows. Of course, don't forget, you got the space age in the galaxy and beyond.
We aren't just observing the sky anymore. We're putting our stamp on it. For the family. For the future. This is pseudo killers. Step into the theater where the optics are clinical. Reaching for the stars, yeah, we hitting the pinnacle. Newton laid the floor, but we're building the frame. Mapping out the heavens, giving clusters a name. We'll jump that Orion.
Sunday morning, we take you to church. This Sunday, we're going to be examining the Tutsi equation, Copernicus, and Galileo in the episodes of The Bridge.
I went down to the garden to see what I could find.
Welcome, welcome to the show, my brother. How you doing, James Harlem? Peace to see you here. I think this is the first time I've seen you on the platform. I appreciate you jumping up here. How can I help you? Speak your speech.
Bro, I listened to your program several times and it's on point. Is there a particular subject today?
Sorry?
Is there a particular subject?
I just finished the presentation. Today we looked at the work of Thomas Kuhn and how he his contributions to our understanding of science and the scientific method. One of the things that was important is that we recognize, acknowledge the human factor, our biases, and our philosophical frameworks, which we cannot escape. We come from particular environments, right? And this was Thomas Kuhn's was creating the awareness so that we account for all these factors and that we ensure that we do not become the priesthood of science, right? So that science become this all encompassing authority from one particular perspective. So all these factors need to be taken into account so that the institution of science itself is subject to methodological naturalism as a whole. That was the presentation today.
I like that terminology, mathematical logicalism. Is that the
Yeah,
term? Did I say that correctly?
methodological naturalism. It is the philosophical framework in which science operates. Methodological naturalism sets the framework, the rules and boundaries for the operation of science, and then within that you have the methodology, you have the application of observations, etc., repeated testing, and etc., etc. But methodological naturalism is the thought process, the thinking system used when executing the scientific method.
Excellent. Now, question.
Go ahead.
Would you agree that mathematics is indeed a science?
Math is used in science. It is a tool. Uh, math is the underpinning of physics, right? Is how you describe reality. You use physics, but you use math, right? Math is used within physics. However, math is an abstract tool that can be completely void of any evidential basis. So you can have a theorem that is not underpinned or rooted in any actual evidence, right? You have string theory and multiverse theory. They use actual physics, math that exists to create metaphysical or hypothetical realities with math. There is no physical or evidence to support this math, and that what makes math sort of has a dual function. Math in and
But
of itself is not a quote unquote science.
uh, that's a great explanation. But I guess I would have to um, say that math is one of the cornerstones of science, if not the cornerstone of science, because in mathematics, there's measurements, and inside of any science, there
Mhm.
is measurements.
Yes, it is a.
So,
That's why it's a tool because it's
uh,
used to measure or explain a particular phenomena. Science is the phenomena. We want to explain the phenomena. And what tools are we going to use?
and any tool that you use has to have a mathematical basis for
No, the
measurement.
tool in of itself is math. How am I going to describe the phenomena? What tool am I going
Uh,
to use to describe it?
My basic point was math is indeed
What tool am I
a
going to use
science.
to describe the phenomena?
Any tool that you use has to be formulated. In order to
So,
formulate, in
so,
order
so
to
now,
formulate,
so so now we've entered into the arena where you become an example in my laboratory. So
no,
what?
no. My basic point is this:
No,
we can't do anything without math,
no, we're
without
not going.
measuring.
I don't do back and forth. I don't do
My
back and forth.
apologies.
So you're
My
doing
apologies.
basically this and basically that. I don't do basically nothing. You are trying to insist on your point, although your point has some credibility, but it's not all the way there. Math in and of itself is nothing. You can sit and do math in your head all day. Does it support any evidence? What is science? Science is explaining the natural world. You have tools to do that. You have your observations, you have your experimentations, and that requires math to do the explanation. It is a tool used within science. It isn't science in of itself. It's applicable in the different modes of science. Biology is a science studying the human body. You use math to explain the phenomena, but the phenomena is the science. The tools you use isn't the science in of itself. So a spectrometer that measures wavelengths isn't science. It's just a tool used to measure wavelengths. Another tool used to describe those wavelengths is math. Those are tools. The wavelength is the science.
I understand you somewhat limiting, to me at least, uh, the definition of science when you don't include. I would say that
So
mathematics
did
is
I
the
exclude
basis.
math from it? Did I exclude
No,
math from my explanation?
my basic point
No,
was
no, no,
math.
no, no. When I ask a question,
No,
answer the
no, sir,
question.
you didn't.
No,
No,
no need
sir,
to.
no,
Good.
sir, you
So
didn't.
if I included math as a fundamental part of the tools used in science, how there's no exclusion of it, but it is not
What
more than what it is. Is an observation science?
observation is science, but inside
No,
of
no, it's not. No, it's not. What is methodological naturalism?
I'm sorry, what is methodological?
Yeah, what is methodological naturalism?
What
So
is methodological?
if you start to make certain definitive statements, right? That means you have a certain level of prerequisite information that I expect
Um,
you to know. So, what is methodological naturalism?
um, that true definition, I would not know. I would be glad to learn. But
Good.
my
So,
basic premise
methodological
was
natural. So, if you do, from the moment you realize that there's a place where you do not know, then you are required to put down your premise. You have no premise at that point. It is of no value in the conversation. Methodological naturalism is science. It is the confinements and the framework within which you investigate the natural world. To execute that investigation, you need tools. You're operating at the level of the tools. We are talking about the mental framework that is required to execute this stuff. That is what science is, a way of thinking. People use math all throughout history. Doesn't mean they were practicing science.
okay. Can you give me your definition of
It's
science?
not my definition. Definition of science, methodological naturalism. Easy. So it's nothing I'm saying here is mine. This is the whole series we're doing here is the philosophy of science and the history of science. So if you didn't study this stuff, then there's no way that you're talking about this. If I say
So that's the
empiricism and epistemology, what do those terms mean?
uh, those terms I do not know, but I would be
So,
glad
so,
if you can
so
tell me.
So now at this point, you are supposed to realize that you have assumptions. You have a belief or idea that you think you know what science is. At this point, you're starting to realize that you really don't, right?
I have a framework. Uh, Science is the study of a particular subject.
All right, you got the floor. Go ahead.
I mean, I'm going on the layman's definition of science. Science is the particular study um, and um, logical evidence of the existence of a particular topic. For instance, if we're talking about, I don't know, water, science breaks it down as H2O. You got hydrogen, two parts oxygen. They had to study that in order to come up with it. That was part of science. But inside of that science, they had to use mathematics to count what exactly it water obtained. And that's my point was, my question was, do you think that mathematics is a
So you
science?
don't have a
And I
question. You
understand,
want me to validate your point, and I've already illustrated that no. And now you've doubled down and I've let you, right? The whole audience here, you have no clue what you're talking about. You're just sticking concepts together because you have a belief that you know. And you're insisting on trying to make it fit. And I'm simply maintaining the same position. No.
okay, have you ever been asked that question before?
Yeah, this is a discussion we have all the time. That's why I codify it exactly the way it's codified.
And my next question would be, are there any who have a different opinion on yours?
Um, Again, opinions are not relevant when we're dealing with this particular subject matter. I do not care what your opinion is. We understand how these things are applied. You are up here with your opinion, your idea of what you think science is. You, the basic concepts are outside of your definition, and you
I'm not
insist.
speaking about
No,
mine.
no, no,
I'm
no, 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 no!
asking,
Don't cut me off! Don't cut me off! I will remove you like lightning if you cut me off. Don't do that. Not here. We don't do that. I'm not having a back and forth with you. I'm analyzing the errors of the things you're stating at this point. The conversation is over. I'm in analysis mode of your whole psyche. You're up here without the
I
prerequisite.
disrespected you.
No, 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 do not cut me off. When I'm talking, let me talk. I'll give you the flow. We are not having a back and forth. Is that clear? I let you put you on the big screen so you can get it all out. When I'm starting to respond and dissect what you're saying, I do not require your interjection. The conversation is over. You insisting on making your point. So now you're in the lab. Now we're dissecting your whole psyche. I ask prerequisite questions to understand if you really fundamentally understand the subject. You answered no, but proceeded to give your opinion because somehow your opinion must be valid. Why would your opinion be valid when I'm asking you the actual definition of these terms to put the conversation in its proper context? You're still telling me what you believe, what you think, what you feel. This is the problem that we suffer. You do not study the stuff. You just come up here to give me what you feel, what you think. Why is that relevant to anything that we're doing?
okay, you asked me two questions.
One question:
The
why
first
do
question
you
that I
think
asked
your
you,
opinion is relevant to anything that we're doing when you do not have the prerequisite information? You admitted to not knowing what these terms mean. So that simply disqualifies you from making the points you're making. Yet you insist on making them. There is something wrong there. Like, what allows you to think that after you admit I don't know, to proceed to tell me what you believe?
my last statement that I asked you before you went on somewhat of a diatribe was, are they are there any descending experts? I would say I would use that term expert that you engage with that have a
Mm.
difference of thoughts, or have they
Yes,
taught
mathematics
differently?
in the philosophical realm, it remains a debate whether it is a science or not. However, when I put to the application, this is the way it's applied. You have theorems which are not grounded in anything factual, and science and math is used to identify and explain particular phenomena. It's a tool used in science. It isn't a science of itself. Go and math the thing. Go and math the biology.
Okay, so when I said that mathematics is a science, I'm not
Okay, it
alone.
is.
There are other.
All right.
Hold on, I'm
Okay,
asking
good.
a question.
You're right, bro. You're right.
I'm asking a
Have a good
question
day.
because
Have a good day.
you
Don't ask
believe.
me anymore. Nuh-uh. You wanna insist, right? You're right. I told you you're right. It's a science. Okay, good. Is you're satisfied? You're good? Because
I
this
mean,
back and forth is
that was my major.
unnecessary.
That was my
So
major question when I came on there. I mean, I get it that you are learned on this subject more than
okay.
you,
So
but I
now
was asking.
explain me science biology with math alone. Go ahead. Science
Okay,
biology.
biology, the
I,
study
I,
of the human.
I ask you a very specific question. Since math is a science, biology science with math. Go ahead. Where do you start? With
Okay,
coordinates? What coordinate? You it's a tool applied in science. It is the tool used to describe and provide the proof for any particular phenomena. Within science, math provides the proof to underpin the evidence of a particular phenomenon. It's a tool used within science. Ask me again. It is a form of
oh,
science by itself. It's called formal science. Within natural science, it's a tool.
well, thank you for agreeing with me that it is a science.
All right, brother, you're good. If you think I agreed with you, that's what you needed. All right. Brother Rasta,
Yes, Wagwan King.
look me here, my brother. What good?
Yeah, man. Today, me and you now tussle. This is a hand match today. So I heard you. I heard you were talking about the paradigm shift and this guy Thomas Kuhn, but I, I I know he was a physicist to some point. But in this lecture here, we more looking at him as more of a philosopher, a historian. Are you looking at him from that perspective or from a physicist point of view?
We are discussing paradigm shift and its contribution to the overall framework of science. So we're discussing his book, which is
Okay.
more in the realm of history and, of science and explaining the phenomena. So
On that
no, we
term,
didn't deal with his physics.
on that term, I will agree with you. You could pull in the term methodological naturalism for the scientific method or science, but at the same time, I would kind of technically differ with you that it's a tool that is being used to collect the data while science itself is the data collected over time. And that's for me a little hyphen in between. You know what I mean? It's like I always hear people saying the scientific method is science. And in a sense, you could say they have the same goals, yet still
No,
they are
no,
they are
sorry. Again,
yeah.
what you guys are trying to do is undermine.
No.
Like, no, science is methodological naturally.
I say it's the tool. I say it's the tool that is used in one of the tools that is
What is
used
it?
in science
Okay,
to
okay,
collect
okay, okay,
to
okay, okay,
collect
okay,
information.
okay. If you say it's a tool, what does it do? How you use a tool?
It collects data by observing, making hypothesis, and when you make a hypothesis, you experiment, and you know what I
No,
mean. You find out if it works or not. You
So
falsify
no.
your study.
methodological naturalism conducts an observation.
Right.
How?
let me
How does
interject.
methodological naturalism conduct an
Wait a
accurate?
minute, Cedric.
Yeah, but
You
you have to
already
make.
Cedric, you
Wait,
already
rebel.
passed the stop sign. You got to ask them what type of a science math is first. Can any of
Get,
them answer that?
I would
no,
If
say
y'all
man.
already
science,
passed this.
math is a technical tool for science.
No,
If you
it's
want
a specific type of science. You cannot make it up. So can you tell me what
science,
type of science it is?
science explain things, buddy. Like science tell you,
No, what type of science is math? Is the question.
bro, listen, stop
I'm not a
cornering me up
bro.
because you
I'm
don't
not a
understand it.
bro. I'm not your bro. But you can't tell me what type of science it is. If you can tell me that, you will know that math is not science the way you think it is. So formal science is abstract. It deals with axioms. It has to have something to define it. The science we're talking about is empirical. You see the difference? Yeah, game over.
Hey, who's that
Thank
guy,
you.
Cedric? I don't even say
Brother
that
Juju,
science.
don't call her a guy again. Stop it.
Keep doing it on purpose, stupid
No,
ass
I don't
blood
understand. I
clot.
don't understand
Your
who's
mother
talking. I don't
skunk.
understand if it's a
You're
male
doing
or
it on
female.
purpose.
Bro,
I am not
that's
being,
you.
I'm not being
That is,
treacherous. I'm not being
I'm telling.
deceiving. I'm not being none of that. But I didn't say
Bro,
Boy,
math
boy,
was
that's what you
science.
are.
Bro,
You know
stop
damn
talking
well I
so
don't
much.
sound like no fucking guy. You stupid ass blood clot. Your mother skunk.
All right, Cedric, did you hear me say math was a science?
A formal science. Go look it up. It's not an empirical science. We're talking about empirical sciences that uses a formal science as a tool. You need to get back in the
Bro,
chat.
I'm talking about methodological naturalism,
It's
which
not
is
a
the tool for
methodological
science. What are you
naturalistic
talking about?
science, bro. Because it's not
You
a
talking to that
methodological
first, hey,
naturalistic science.
are you
It's
supposed to
a
be talking to
tool.
that first person that came before me? Because that's
Yes,
not my argument.
if you would stand down, then not respond, then you know he wasn't talking to you, but you continue to
No, but
respond. He
Cedric,
wasn't
you
talking to
make that
you.
person.
She wasn't talking to you from jump. That's my whole point of telling you to stay quiet, slow down, stop.
I'm
You
still
keep
right here.
harassing
Can
her,
I answer?
and you're talking and you come out and again. So that's the whole thing, my brother. Up here, we don't do that. You're gonna get the flow. When Juju starts speaking, you're interjecting. Now she start directing her attention to you because you interjected. She came up here to talk about the formal match. She wasn't talking to you. When I gave her the flow, she wasn't addressing you. But you insisted because you just can't wait until you're given the flow. You see the problem. She was not addressing you. She was addressing James. But you jump out the window because I want asking, calm down. I'm
Jumped
asking you
out
to
the
calm
window
down.
and I blew your head off. Yep, that's what happened. Yep. Jumped out the window and I blew your head off.
I'm
Bum,
trying
right
to
Hey,
on
tell
the
you.
floor.
I'm
Juju,
trying to tell.
That's
Juju,
I'm
what
trying to
happened.
tell you it ain't you. It not you.
That's what
It
happened.
not you. But you continue. You insist.
Juju,
It proves
Juju,
that
Juju,
man.
Juju. No, watch it. Watch ya.
I'm
Cedric, my
sorry.
apology, indecent. Because guess what I know?
That's
You see,
funny.
Juju,
Stop it.
no respect to you, and me never know say are you. But guess
That's
what? You
funny.
jumping from my platform when me attack. So me I wonder say
No,
if you
no, no, no,
attack
no,
to
no,
No,
me.
no, no,
no,
no, no,
no.
no,
This is
no, no.
not your
I gave
platform.
Juju the
This is
flow.
my
Juju is a
platform.
student.
This
Well,
is
Is a
me
my
jump.
house.
practitioner.
You're
Well,
a
guess
guest
what?
Don't
in my
cut her
house.
off. Do
No,
not
Blood
cut
you're
her
a
off.
guest
clot,
in
Juju.
my house.
Oh,
You still standing on the porch. This is my house. I'm on the inside,
But
looking
listen, I
at you
still got I
with your
still got
head on the
rights,
floor.
even if
I'm
I'm
looking
standing on
at
your
you
brother,
on
porch.
the
brother,
inside
my
with your
brother.
head on the floor,
No,
busted
it's not a
open, wide
democracy.
open on the concrete, looking
Oh,
crazy.
No, but Juju, I would say
That's
first
what's
of all,
happening right now.
be hospitable at your house and be decent
Nah,
and
you already
show
offended me, bro.
decorum
no,
Nah,
because
when
let's
you
get back.
I
come,
Let's
was
get
on the
back to the
floor.
discussion. Don't nobody
I
care
had the
about all
floor. You
that.
making it an
Let's get
argument, you
back
know?
to the discussion
All
because
right, let's do that.
y'all passed the stop signs and you don't understand. So I cleared it up for you. I put it in the chat. You still didn't catch on because y'all came in here or somebody came in here with a preconceived notion, begging the question. It's not how we operate here. We operate off of integrity and transparency. If you don't know, say you don't know. If you don't like something we said, you don't agree, say that. But all that other stuff is games. I told you what it was. Math is not science in the sense of empiricism. That's what biology is. Physics, quantum physics, whatever you want to name it. It deals off of empirical based evidence, okay? Math
I want to
is
play
a
devil's
formal
advocate here.
science that is
Can I play devil's
abstract.
advocate here? Can I play devil's advocate?
You
What
gotta
about
freaking
Wait,
listen, bro. You're just
everybody,
not
wait.
disrespectful. It's childish, right? You have the patience of a toddler. That's why most people can't graduate college. Because you don't have the attention span. It's given ADD. Just let me talk. Because I'm on one today. You feel me? So every time you interrupt me, I feel disrespected. And I'm just going all out. You feel me? So just let me be, bro. I'm not telling you nothing wrong. You can take out the little microcomputer in your freaking hand and you can look up math. Ask it what type of science is math. And guess what it's going to tell you? A formal science. Then ask it, what is a formal science? And guess what it's going to tell you? Something that's abstract. You know, uses axioms, right? You literally need to apply something for the math to have any, what is that word? Agency, right? To take the abstractness out of it. Do you understand? Because we just got math and nothing to apply it to, then what is we doing? Just logic with no logic. It ain't
Thank
logic.
you.
It's just,
Thank
it's nothing. You understand? Do you comprende? Do you understand what I'm talking to you? Do you hear me? Yeah. Y'all be trying to be so disrespectful to the women, but it's just simple. I don't know everything, but I know something. You need to listen. It'll help you not make mistakes and keep going on with stuff you don't know about.
Young lady, can I ask you a question?
All right, Trader Kent,
you.
No,
All
this is
right,
James.
James.
finna
James,
go take your
go
rest.
ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to ask her, what can man build without mathematical knowledge? I would consider the
All
science
right.
of math.
That's it. That's it. Okay, good. You need to go do some homework and understand the concept.
Don't matter
Science is
what.
a way of thinking. I didn't talk
Yes.
about a damn thing you built. That's not the discussion we're having here. So your discussion is non sequitur to the topic. I don't know what your agenda is, but we are talking about science, empiricism, data driven, observable phenomena, and how we go about quantifying them. The system we use is methodological naturalism. It creates the framework in which this investigation takes place. At no point in time did anyone deny the tool, the use of a particular tool, which is math, in empiricism. We identified that. Descartes was one of the first who established that. However, what you are trying to do is non sequitur and non germane to the conversation. And I don't understand for my mind why you insist on insisting when you do not understand the prerequisites for what is science. You admitted that. At that point, in your own head, you're supposed to say, let me stand down and get some information because I'm operating off a belief. Within methodological naturalism, your belief has no value. What you think is irrelevant to what it actually is. That's it. That's
But
that
I'm
simple.
asking for an education. I'm asking
Going
for
back
an education. I asked a question, my
is
brother.
irrelevant.
It's
I
very
mean,
You're not
you,
irrelevant.
asking a question, you're begging the
Begging the
question. It's
question.
two
well, what's
different
the
things.
answer to the
Again,
question then?
We
Well,
just
what's
the
the answer
answer
told
to
to
the
the
you.
question?
question,
We
I
told
just
you what
gave you
the
the answer.
answer was
I gave you, but you're
twice.
again,
What
now
can
you're
man
illustrating your
build that
inability to
doesn't
comprehend.
require mathematics? That's the question.
So you're begging the question. It requires mathematics. It's a tool. We use it as a tool, which we illustrated over and over. So the point you're trying to make at this point is redundant. You're talking in a circle trying to get somewhere where you
What you
can't
say?
reach.
What
Math
you
is a
say?
form of science. It's a tool used within empiricism. Simple. That's the end of that. Yeah, that's what.
Man, how
Yeah,
y'all
I
doing,
know.
man? How y'all
How
doing?
you doing, God Killer? You got the floor.
What y'all? What did he say? What can you build without man? Well, I got. I done had
We done all had Tylers and stuff. They built a lot of things, yo. They ain't know shit about math, yo. So I'm gonna end it right there. Jesus.
So,
Yeah,
so Rebel
blessings to
Rasta,
everyone on
back to
that. It's my
you.
first
He
time on the
was
panel,
What's up,
so
man?
what he
yeah,
was
what's going
trying
on?
to he was
Uh-huh.
trying to insert that math was a science, God killer. That was the overall
Well,
piece to it, and he
oh,
was using that you know what has been built without math as like his way of formalizing that math as a science, because he doesn't
oh.
understand what math actually is, and that's why
So
we.
Maybe
my brother
it's a
Light.
filler. Let me
Oh,
say this real
sorry.
quick. It's a kind of like a I asked a professor, and he taught math for 40 years. No, 20 years, professor. Morgan State University, doctorate. That's what he do, math. And we had this same discussion. And he said, in his own opinion, he said it's a philosophical question. He said to him, he said math was science, but he said I wasn't wrong in saying that it wasn't. But he said to him, he didn't take me to a source and do nothing. Don't forget he's professor math. He said to him, but he said it is it's a philosophical question.
Yeah,
So
Okay,
and
but
I
that's what he
also
said.
illustrated that within philosophy it's still a ongoing debate, but within science
Yeah,
it's
yeah, that's
true.
why I said it that way. Did you got to hear what I said though? If
Hmm.
the man
who are
got a
you talking
doctorate,
to?
I
no, I'm
repeated
talking
what
to
you said. Yeah,
yeah, I'm
yeah.
saying I'm talking to Cedric because I'm agreeing that if would have been if he'd have just came out and say no it's science and here's the source, then he would have had me. And remember, I had to tread real lightly because of his expertise.
Hmm.
And even with his expertise, he wasn't willing to say that it's actually science. What he said
Hmm.
was to him, in his opinion, right? He gave me his opinion, and he said
Yeah,
it's a philosophical question to him, and he said math would be a science. That's what he said.
It's yes, and it's a particular science. It's a formal science.
hmm,
So if you look that up, that has a very specific definition. That's in multiple sources.
my brother Light, you got the floor. I thank you for your patience and waiting. You got the floor, my brother. Go ahead.
Yeah,
What's your
appreciate.
statement, question?
Yeah, no, appreciate that. Appreciate that. To be honest with you, I just was in the middle of I don't know what her name is, if it's Juju, going off. So I really didn't, I only caught the maths part, but in terms of Kuhn's perspective on scientific revolutions, I actually really love his perspective on it. I feel like it's quite potent even for today. You know what I'm saying? I don't really feel like it's outdated because we all operate within paradigms at the end of the day.
Yes,
And
yes,
I feel as though if only
yeah.
more people realize that, it would align us more with Socrates' position of, you know, you know you what is it? You know that you know nothing. Do you know what I'm saying? When you realize that that particular statements can be true within certain paradigms, I feel like it humbles you and and makes you a bit more open to realize that, you know what, certain premises or certain arguments would be sound in a certain context and not in others. And I think we're definitely missing that in a lot of different areas of our life within science and outside of science. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, let me drop a shallow bomb. We ain't got no real bombs yet, but I'll get one. Um, I appreciate that analysis, my brother, because that is what uh that is what I got out of his work. He is warning us: be careful, do not become the priest of science. Do take into consideration that you cannot operate outside of your paradigm. There's a level of subjectivity that is there that we need to guide for. So that's why his focus was on consensus forming, how consensus is formed, and on the peer review process, right? Things like completely outside of your paradigm. At the same time, take into consideration that the paradigm in which this data is produced may not be equal to yours. So that humility that is constantly the red thread. The fact that he uses methodological naturalism to monitor the institution itself is ingenious. And just like what we've done throughout this series, he understands the sloppiness, the messiness of the whole history of the scientific process. So he's safeguarding that the same authoritarian framework that produced 2,000 years of Aristotelian rule, that we do not create the same type of framework where one singular group is the defining framework for what science is, how the methodology is applied, etc., etc. So the humility that he is requesting and the vigilance that he is requesting is important to maintain vigilant of, right. The
Can
risk of scientism exists when your particular paradigm becomes the only way to
can I just
engage
add
with
to that
natural
as
law.
well? Can I just add to that? Yeah, where is it just me or is science inherently circular? Because don't you start off with a hypothesis and then you seek to prove the hypothesis, but you don't know where that hypothesis aligns on the truth scale. So your kind of science, in a sense, is kind of begging the question and then using inductive reasoning in order to support that conclusion. Now, there might be physical phenomena that supports it. Don't get me wrong, and that's normally where the contention is mostly with scientists. However, I still can't really wrap my head around it being circular and
Yeah.
So
and
that the assumption of circularity is where the error is. Science takes into account all of these things. The principles of methodological naturalism put these guardrails in place, right? We work on probability because we only see the effect. We have no reason to assume causal agency. The induction has been put in its proper perspective again with probability by means of the white swan versus the black swan. So science accounts for all these things, and that's why the methodology is what it is. There is no finality to science. There is no end conclusion. There's only tentative. So that process, you see it like a helix. It's not a circle, it's a helix because data provides new questions, they test again, provides new questions. So that is an ever going circle. Knowledge is infinite, and science recognizes the fallibility of the human experience. That's why science is self correcting. That's why you get the models changing, new data being added, new philosophical frameworks. We talked about Newtonian physics leading into special and general relativity, the shift from materialism to physicalism. So science takes all of this into account, which eliminates the circularity by hypothesis. Hypothesis is only the beginning. It's a question. And science doesn't operate on validation. It operates on verification by means of falsification, process of elimination. And even so, it still remains tentative. So the circularity that you assume is there isn't actually there because of the framework called methodological naturalism.
but you know what it is though, yeah. The way I look at it, the reason why I look at it as circular is because, or you know, when people speak of science, they normally speak of science as like a, let's say you have a hammer, right? But you can use a hammer in different ways, or you can use a tool in different ways. And I think when people speak about science, a lot of the time, especially if you're not coming from a philosophical background, you're really looking at it as though it's an objective kind of tool. But from my perspective, it's extremely subjective. Simply from the perspective, simply off of the basis that how one interpret it's like how one interprets the data. You're an agent in and of yourself. So you being an agent interacting with the science, you are adding that subjective element to quote unquote objective phenomena. And I think because I kind of got a bone to pick with science. Not really science itself, but just how people the level that people place science on. I think they place science on a level where it's like, not to say it's indisputable, because like you said, it's always changing, but they place it on a level as though science isn't as important as the person conducting the investigation. The person conducting the investigation is almost as important as the hypothesis itself.
You
Like
assume so.
you
So now
can't.
let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. First of all, the hammer is these things we have: observation, experimentation. That's a hammer. The science is the thinking. Your thought process is going to determine what you can do with that hammer and what you're going to produce with that hammer. Your epistemic framework. So when you equate science to the hammer, that's a false equivocation right there. The science is the mind behind the hand holding the hammer. What philosophical framework is he operating on with that hammer? And that's going to produce different outcomes, different products, different information, different calibrations, etc. is going to come out using that same tool with a different frame of reference. And that is what science is.
I
Now,
agree with you. I 100% agree with you. I just think philosophers look at it like that. Scientists don't look at it like that.
that science, a scientist is operating within a framework. So that subjectivity, we understand it. That's why you have peer review. That's why peer review happens outside of your immediate circle, and that's why it happens blind, to decrease the subjectivity for as far as possible. Now we are employing modern tools and technology because the falsification process, yes, contains human error. Even though we've noticed that. How do we notice that? Because of that self-correcting aspect of science. We do not assume correctness. We do not even think we're right. We understand this is my idea. I'm a human being. I'm fallible. And that's what makes this tool so efficient. It is the acknowledgement of human subjectivity and the
Yeah,
containing
but
thereof.
Can you hear me, Cedric? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
So, I mean, how many times have you heard me say? So the gentleman said that start with the scientific method, and they're trying to figure out if something was true, right? But see, science is not looking for the truth,
Mm-mm.
right? It's not like it's trying to prove nothing. It works in approximates, and so that's why I always said that math wasn't actually science because math is actually proof. It's a tool,
Mm-hmm.
right? And that's why
Mm-hmm.
when I asked the professor, he agreed with me. He just said, in his opinion, right? It was philosophical question, but he didn't say I was wrong at all. He said, no, I was right. He said, math is actually proof and science not trying to prove nothing. I just want to kind of make that clear in case anybody
Yes,
kind
sir.
of got confused because I was actually agreeing with what y'all, with what Juju
Yeah, 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 yeah.
and you were
Yeah.
saying. So I just thought maybe that didn't come
Yeah,
off
but
clear
I
enough.
agree with you. Yeah, I agreed with you as well because I emphasize the fact that it is still a debate in the realm of philosophy. So I underpin
Yes.
what
Yep.
you said based on knowing that conversation. We're always working together. Yeah, yeah. We were not apart. We were right there.
I just wanted to make sure we was on there. The other guy was insane. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he just couldn't get stuck out of that. He was stuck. He couldn't get out
Hmm.
of that. Yeah, he was definitely insane. So just wanted to make sure I got it right.
Yeah,
And I talked to
yeah,
a real professor for real. We had a
yeah.
great 2 hour conversation on the subject. It was a good one.
And that's what allowed me to remember that. So I said, well, even in the realm of philosophy, it's still a debate. However, within within empiricism, it is a tool, right? So yeah, I remembered you talking about that particular conversation. So I brought it up after I explained it, which you corroborated again. So we were same page. We right there. This is how we work. So go ahead, my brother. Light.
yeah. So I I think in theory, in terms of how you're saying science works, in terms of removing the subjectivity, even with the peer-reviewed aspect of it, I think in theory you're right. But I think in practice, I don't actually think it works like that. But I'll give another example. So let's say psychedelics as an example. So let's take Descartes. So Descartes, he's on some like doubting his senses, doubting his perception or whatever. Now science relies on one wholly trust in their perception, trust in their
No,
senses.
no, exactly
Okay.
not.
Okay.
That's the whole point. Like, no, we don't trust our senses. Human senses are fallible. We don't. Nope. That's the last
Yeah.
thing we rely on. That's
No, I
why
think. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
deductive and inductive
Oh.
reasoning, top-down models doesn't work.
Mhm.
Sorry, say that again.
That's why the authoritative structure fell apart. It was top-down. It was pure reason. And we understand that our senses are fallible. Our senses tell us that the sun rises and sets. Nobody accepts that because our senses are fallible. We don't use them. That's the last thing we rely on.
It's
He
interesting
said,
because
can I hold, whoa. Let me say something real quick. So I think Cedric is not saying that all the biases are removed. He's saying that's what it attempts to do. So there is going to be biases, right?
Yeah,
So I hear what you're saying. So he's not saying absolutely. He's just saying it's actually attempting to remove the biases
yeah,
based off of
yeah.
the senses. Yep, that's what he's really saying. I just wanted to make
Yeah,
that
we
point right there.
acknowledge the biases. We
Yeah,
account for
yeah.
them. And that's why peer review and consensus is so important. That's why the continuous testing and falsification is paramount because we understand these biases. And when you take into consideration that your biases include your cultural container, then it makes the job even more paramount that this consensus and peer review process happen the way it happens, blind, outside of your direct sphere of influence. And that's why they have international conferences. That's why peer review happens blind and internationally because of these biases. And knowing that these biases exist, that's why you get that continuous process of re-evaluating, retesting, etc., etc. It's a never-ending circle.
let me expound on what I mean. Let me expound on what I mean. So like take this example. So let's say you've got someone conducting an experiment, but they're under the influences of some psychedelics. Let's say it's maybe mushrooms or another psychedelic from South America or Africa or something like that, right? So you've got that perspective. And then you've got someone that's not under the influence of that. They're both conducting an experiment. Their
Hmm?
senses are totally different. Their observations may be different as well.
You just proved the point, yo.
But like,
You just proved the point.
okay,
You could be a
what
racist. You could be an outright racist. You could be a dope fiend sniffing heroin, nodding out in the middle of the experience. In the middle of the experiment, right? You could be on psychedelics, and the scientific method will determine, if the data is accurate, not on your mental capacity, not on whether you can interpret the data and all that. It's the data. The data becomes. You know what I'm saying? The phenomenon becomes authority, not the human that's on psychedelics. And that's what
Yeah.
the scientific method does. That's the point.
Yes. A
yeah,
fundamental
so
misconception of the scientific process. The data is what is going to be evaluated, right? You are going to send your conclusions, your data, and they are going to conduct experiments on the data. They are going to go through the process of falsification, and somebody's going to ask, "What type of trip were you on?" That's what's going to happen. That your opinion about the stuff doesn't go anywhere.
okay, so you have the data, but okay, so you have obviously scientific
I got an
realism
example for you
where they
too
was
when you finish.
where they will say
So what
that
about the
science.
peer review process and falsification don't you
Got
understand?
a good
That's a better
example.
question.
Sorry,
Do
you're
you
breaking
understand
up
how
there. I didn't hear that.
do you understand how falsification, peer review, and consensus forming work?
I understand the falsification, peer review not as much, but falsification I got a good understanding of. Yeah.
All right. So the guy took his LSD, He runs his experiments, produces data, and he writes his paper and he produces his conclusion, right? Tripping out. The process of peer review is the next step. Within that process of peer review, falsification happens. The errors, the assumptions, the miscalculations, or whatever is going to be exposed at that point.
I'm more so coming.
There is no singular reference point. There is no singular reference point. You don't operate in a vacuum.
I'm more so. I feel like let me finish this. Let me finish my point because I feel like I didn't finish it. So maybe it's not coming through the whole way. What I'm saying is that some people argue that science is actually meant to tell you what the real world is like. Science is meant to bring you to. Some people argue that. Not everybody thinks that, but some people will say science is meant to give you a picture of what is occurring in the real world. And it keeps getting closer to the truth. That's what some people think science is. Now, what I'm saying is that if one is
That's
perceiving
not science. Don't got nothing to do with the truth.
that's debatable, bro.
So
Some
That's
people's
not
people say
debatable.
perception
No,
has
that's not
nothing to do with
debatable.
what it
That's
is.
not
bro, I'm not
debatable.
gonna lie. I'll be real. You're gonna get me a bit vexed right now, bro, because it's like I'm telling you for a fact.
And I'm
Some
saying
people,
that's not a
some
fact. Science
philosophers
is
say
not
it
trying to
is,
prove it. It's not
and
trying to
some
prove nothing. You
philosophers
keep
say
messing
it's
that up,
not,
bro.
bro.
You
Huh?
just keep, I don't know. I don't understand the language you just used, but I'm telling you, as soon as you start off with a
Yeah,
faulty premise, we're in a wild rabbit hole for no reason.
yeah, yeah.
Science is math is proof.
Brother.
Science is not.
All right, cool.
Science
Well, do
works in
me this.
approximates.
All
You
right,
can't. You
cool.
don't
Do me this.
understand
Go
that.
on
You don't
Google.
understand that. You don't
All
understand
right,
that.
cool. All
You don't
right, do me
understand
this.
that. No, you don't understand that. You don't
Bro,
understand
let
it
me
works
tell
in
you something. I
approximates.
man, seriously, bro. Like, listen, I'm talking to you on a good level right now.
No,
Let's
you're
not even
not.
let
No,
the
you're not. No,
conversation.
you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. You know what a good level is? To understand the words that I'm saying out my mouth. That's the
You
best
see,
level
and
for
you see
me.
what's
I understand.
funny
I
about
understand.
arrogance,
Hold
my
on.
bro.
I understand the words that you
You,
sound out your mouth. And now we're at an impasse where you keep trying to act like science is trying to prove anything. And
you
I'm
see
saying
what's
nothing that I read
bro. You
ever
should
said
listen
that.
more than you talk, my brother. You should listen more than you talk, bro. Listen, do me this right now. Go onto Google and type in
I'm
science.
not going to Google.
See, bro, you know what? That's your business. You ain't got to do nothing, innit? You get me? But anyway, let me continue my point. So, some people say,
Okay, stop right there. Stop. Some people say irrelevant. I don't care. I'm operating from not from the philosophy of science, the history of science, and the application of methodological naturalism. That's what we are operating from.
nah,
So,
you know what it is?
what some people say or what some people think, that's irrelevant to what the actuality is. Every time we point out the actuality, now it's regressed to what some people say. You're
All right,
moving the
cool.
goalpost now because science is supposed to do this, supposed to do it. But based on what? Science
All right, cool.
gives
Let me
you
tell you what it's
knowledge.
based on, big man. Let me tell you
But
what it's
but
based on.
bro, listen, big man. What you're not gonna do is you're not gonna take us down rabbit holes, big man. Well, up here, we're gonna deal with what the actuality is, big man. Because big man mean worried or interested in what people saying on the road, what some people say. Because that's not the level of discourse we having around here, big man. So either you understand what's going on, big man, because I'm not interested in what people on the road say, big man. We are here conducting a pedagogic exercise of what the actuality is, big man. So if you don't understand the process of self-falsification, big man, then why you talking about, big man?
All right, cool. So
Hold
let me
that
say my
down,
point.
super. You don't need to go there with me. I am island boy, bro. I'll shut you down quicker than you can imagine. So don't do that. Don't need to go there, big man, because I
All
could
right, let
get
me
that
say.
favor real quick. Because first of all, you're in a redundancy at this point because we calmly explaining you. You keep moving the goalpost to an area which is outside of academia. We are staying within the realm of academia. Within academia, it doesn't work that way. So your point, big man, is null and void at this point. But you're insisting on wanting to speak, and
Yeah,
you are
yeah.
not going to lay a faulty premise and have us go down the rabbit hole. We don't do that here, big man. So why
All
is
Yeah,
it
right,
that's
asking?
fair.
all right. If I finish my point, then you're gonna know why it's not a faulty premise. If you Google something called scientific realism, It's a contention within the philosophy of science that specifically argues from different philosophers of science what is the purpose of science. Some philosophers argue that the purpose of
So
science
over here,
is to.
we're dealing with methodological naturalism and the outcome of what it produces and the framework within which science operates. So the philosophical assumptions of what science is producing, yes or no, is an ontological argument, which we are not having over here.
Yeah, I was trying to tell him that, but he told me I need to listen more than I'm talking.
Yeah,
So maybe you need to
like,
listen more than you
I need
talking.
to
And
listen.
that was
You need to
a
listen.
slick statement you made, just for the record. It was definitely slick.
Hold on,
Just for the
hold
record,
on, one
bro.
second.
I'm just making a
Hold on, one
point. It was
second.
a little slick.
One second. 1 second.
That's
Sorry,
all I'm
said
saying.
say. Sorry, said say that again. What did you say? I didn't hear that. I didn't
You
hear it. I
told
didn't. I
me I
didn't
should
fully
listen.
comprehend it.
You
Say that
told
again. Was it?
okay, let
Hold
me
on. Who
get
was it
this.
talking? Was it said or was it God Killer that was talking that
No,
mentioned the ontological aspect of it? You was. Who was that speaking?
that was Cedric.
Yeah, said say that
Bro,
again for me.
you're interjecting now relativism, which is an argument on the perception of the general public of what science must represent. If you are here right now in a subject that is dealing with the one individual that says, step back, understand the process, these are the things that we need to look out for. Human biases, your cultural container. To prevent these things from filtering through, we need to ensure that falsification, peer review, and consensus remain objective. So we apply the methodological naturalism to it. We produce a system whereby peer review is blind, consensus happen, peer review and consensus happen outside of your direct community. These are pillars. Why are they pillars? Because of human biases. Now, how the general public or people interact with science, we understand. This whole series has been about the scientism, the anachronistic use of science, what people assume science produces. However, when this conversation, we are describing and illustrating the process. We even went to the point that we are using AI and technology to apply the falsification because of the inherent biases we know are in there. The conversation is here. Now you're moving it to relativism, the perspective humans have outside. Science says so, so it is. Or it's the science. That is not the conversation. So, how the system operates versus the perception of the general public is not the debate.
No, that's not
Like,
what. No, I'm
why
not
would you
talking about
move
the
the
perception of the
goalposts?
general public. Nah, that's not what. No, that's not what I'm talking
You hold
about.
on. You said something about reality, right? You said it again. I think it was important. The statement you made. The statement you made was science attempts to tell us reality. Correct? The
Yeah.
truth about
So
reality,
what?
right? No, no,
Yes.
no, no. Hold on. You said that, right? So
No. Let me.
all I want to say is I'm going to end with this. I'm not going to go back and forth. There's no need
Okay.
to.
Go ahead.
I'm going to say, based off your statement, that's wrong. I'm going to simply say that science aims at increasingly accurate approximations about reality. That's it.
Yeah,
That's
that's
it.
cool, bro.
That's all
Like,
I'm saying. That's all I'm gonna say.
yeah,
And
me.
I'm cool with that. And I'll leave on that. Go ahead, keep talking, bro.
Yeah, me either way. I don't really, for me, I don't hold a strong opinion on that. But whether or not science actually gives us an accurate depiction of what's going on in the world or not, that's not the point out. That was more of a
I said
sidebar.
approximate. I said approximate.
That's more of a sidebar. I'm saying that area within the philosophy of science is under contention of what the actual purpose of science is. So what you're saying, God Killer, from my understanding, is one perspective
And I'm
from
saying
some
is
philosophers of science, and obviously it's your perspective, and that's cool. Like,
no. So do me a solid. Go get the source. I don't want the AI. So ask your AI and get the source of the AI and let's look at it. Let's do that as gentlemen. That way we don't gotta keep going back and forth.
my bro, no problem, bro, no
Brother,
problem,
you
bro.
got the floor.
But
Whenever you can.
but that, to be fair with you, I wasn't. That's not really my
No,
point.
no,
That's a
no, 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 no,
sidebar.
Oh,
brother.
I hear
Brother,
you. I
you,
got you. What was your
the,
point?
the,
What was your point?
I'm just
My point,
listening.
my point is this: if someone's under the influence of
Right.
psychedelics, and
Mhm.
they're conducting an experiment,
Right.
and their reality and observable phenomena is different to someone that is
How?
not to someone that is not under the influence of psychedelics.
Right.
If the purpose of science is to give us an accurate depiction of what is going on in the world, these are obviously
An
two
approximate.
paradigms,
An
two
approximate.
different
An
paradigms.
approximate. You can't leave
No,
out the word
yeah, that's one
ongoing.
that's one definition, my brother. Like some
No, that
people
is
say,
it. No, that's
some
I'm trying to hold on. It's if it's open, hold on. It's not looking for absolute proofs. And so the person on psychedelics, right? Watch this. This is the funny part about it. The person that you claim is on psychedelics may write down the data right, and somebody that's not on there may make a mistake. And I'm gonna give you an example. Neil deGrasse Tyson talks about he's at the planetarium, he's looking at the telescope, and he's saying, "Damn, where the hell did that star come from?" He said it's not making sense with the data. He said, "Man, it wasn't there before. I'm looking at the data." He said, "What the hell is that? That should not be there." Then he come back the next day. He was like, "Man, I can't believe this, man." And then he realizes it was a speck of dirt on the daggone lens. You get that, bro? Like the data was right. It was a mistake he was making. It's a piece of dirt on the lens, bro. So the person with the psychedelics, if he's still capable of doing an experiment, right? At the end of the day, the data is going to be what he's going to produce, and we'll know whether his psychedelic high caused him to mix up numbers or not, because it's not going to pan out. That's all I was saying. I mean, damn, that should not be complicated for us to
I talk about
understand, bro.
falsification. What if you understand falsification? How does what you're saying make any sense? How? If you understand falsification, how
okay,
does what
I'll
you're
tell you why.
saying
I'll tell
make
you
any
why.
logical sense? You see,
Okay, I'll
that's why
tell you.
I asked the question I asked, right?
Okay,
Because
I'll
You might not be
now,
saying it right.
now, now, I'm high as a kite, and I do my titration. I have my sample, and I run it through the spectrometer. Spectrometer produces what it's going to produce, irrelevant of my highness. What observations are you talking about? That's what
sorry,
I'm trying
say
to figure out.
yeah,
Are you
sorry,
getting
said say
high
that
and go
again.
look at a plant? Are you
Sorry,
getting
say
high
it.
and go look at a plant and
Yeah,
write down
he
what you
might,
see, how the plant
he
is
might can
performing?
explain.
What do you do?
Yo,
What are you
sorry,
doing?
say
Are
that
you
again.
using a microscope or a magnifying glass and go look at the ants while you're high and they're talking to you? What the hell? What the hell observation do you do? Man, listen, y'all frustrate the hell out of me with the stupidity.
He might be trying to explain something else. He gotta have an overall reaching point here. Okay, he thinks science is looking for absolutes. Okay, mix that with what you're saying. I'm gonna try to really focus on what you're saying. Is it debating science whether science is looking for absolute reality or proximate? That's what you said?
Yeah, you got that
Oh,
debate within science, but then you also
oh
got
yeah,
some
I
How
didn't
do
know that.
you
But
how
yeah,
how
do
could
some
you
that be
people
a
understand
debate
the
and that's not
limit?
how science actually works though? How could you
because
debate something that
okay, I'll
it
tell you
don't work
why,
that
bro.
way?
I'll
And
tell
we
you why. I'll
understand
tell
the
you why. Because
I,
limitations
obviously,
of
because
our
obviously you've got
ability to
you've
interpret
got
what,
reality. We
philosophers.
understand that and fully accept that. We understand
Hey,
and see
Cedric,
that.
why not the famous question? Why not the famous question? What is the scientific theory then? That would give us our answer, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that
Okay,
litmus,
bro. You know
the
what?
litmus for
Obviously,
the
you've asked
knowledge.
me. We're going from the what is the purpose of science, and now you're
Oh
asking
no, no,
me.
no, no. Because
You
So
science
what?
is
busting
What
all
based
over
through
the
question?
place.
Yeah,
scientific
what
theory.
question do you want me to answer? I don't mind. What question?
Science. What is
Because
the what is
obviously,
the
because you also
scientific? Is
told
the
me.
scientific
Hold on
theory
one second, Godfather.
closed?
Because you all one sec. Because you also told me that you want me to go onto Google and search up something for you. So you know what I mean. So there's only so many things I can do in it. So what thing do you want? Would you like?
No, I don't care. I'm gonna ask you a question. I thought you got off that. You got the source. I'll shut up for you to read the source.
Oh, God. Oh, man.
And what it
But
do? What?
our
I'm
interface
just
is
trying to figure out.
limited.
The
I don't mind
scientific theory would give
answering,
it.
but don't ask me a lot of different things
I'm
and
not.
then
I
get
get you. I
me.
don't
Like
like it
I answer
neither. You
one thing
right.
at a time. Do you know what
You
I'm
right.
saying?
Correct. That's not fair to you. I'm saying so. If you can explain what a scientific theory is, it would give us our answer.
Okay, so you don't want the other things right now. You want the scientific theory.
No, I'm wondering. I'm saying does a scientific theory give you the truth? You know what I'm
Mm.
saying?
Oh, you're just asking for my opinion. Oh, I would probably
No,
say
no, I'm
no.
asking you. No, I'm asking you. Not. We gotta take our opinions out of it because we
Okay,
both seem to be assholes. So we don't want to put our opinion in it. The conversation
okay.
get ragged out. I can already smell it. So I'm saying is, does a scientific theory does it produce the truth, the absolute truth, or the truth?
Bro,
That's all.
bro, I can only give my opinion. I
All right, good.
personally,
All right. Give me your opinion. Go ahead.
I put me personally, just because
Yeah.
I'm taking into account Kuhn's perspective, I'd have to
Mhm.
say I can't say yeah. You know what I'm saying? Because I take into account Kuhn's perspective. I take into account the fact that we
All
all
right.
operate in
So
different paradigms.
so if you
So I
can't say
do that.
thank you. So then thank you, bro. Your answer
That's
just
my
kills your
perspective,
whole.
though. Not everyone
Yeah, but
agrees
you
with my perspective,
no,
though.
I'm saying your perspective is great and it's on point, and that is your answer to your own damn question you've been fighting. If your
No, but
answer is that a scientific theory, because that's the highest level, that's what that's how we measure phenomenon. You get a law, maybe you get a scientific, you get a prediction, all that, but that comes to a scientific theory, not a law. But a scientific theory is organized in scientific facts. So if you say no, it doesn't reach the absolute truth, then how could you say out your mouth that there's a debate about science getting the absolute truth or not?
all right,
That's
bro.
all I'm saying.
All right, cool. You know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do? All right, cool. Now that you said that, now let's deal. Now that you said that, let's actually deal with what you asked me to Google. So you
No,
know
no,
I'm not
no. I
making it
want to
up.
have a
So
discussion
you
now. It's
know I'm
my
not
turn.
just
All right, go
talking
ahead,
It's
out
cool.
my
Help
my
me out.
turn.
bum.
It's my turn to ask a
Oh.
series of questions.
Ah, there
It's
we
my
go.
turn.
There we
I am
go.
going
There
back.
we
I
go.
am going right back to the use of psychedelics, the experiments, and how that gonna work. So let's go. What experiments? What observations? So what are you talking about? Explain us that, because that needs clarification. Because it's so funny. Because now I'm in trip mode. So everything you say is gonna be turned into comedy. Yo, for one, because the nonsense you just said there, I ain't moving to no other discussion. Now it's comedy moment. We staying here. So dude get high out his mind, and he take the magnifying glass to conduct his observation.
All
What
right,
kind of
cool.
observation is he
Ask me
doing?
a serious question and I'll
What
answer
kind of
seriously.
I'm taking you serious based on what you said. So now it's time to clown what you said because you insisted. So now explain to us,
Let's go.
please, the observation he's doing high as a kite. Go through that process first. Explain us the experiment, the observation.
Oh, okay then. All right, cool. Let's
What
say
field of science are we in to begin with? What are we doing? Physics, biology, chemistry? What do we do?
mm,
Because that's going to determine the type of instruments we use. Okay, go ahead.
mm, mm.
Since you can't choose, I'm gonna choose for you. Chemistry.
No, it's all right. You don't have to choose for me. I'm
Now,
good.
you took too long. I choose for you. Chemistry.
Nah,
He is conducting a
I
chemical.
don't. I'm
He's
good, my
conducting
brother.
a chemical experiment to determine the
So wait a minute. So
concentration
let me get this
of
right. So you're gonna ask me a question and then you're gonna tell
in
me how to
butter.
answer it.
That he's determining the concentration of sodium in butter
Bro,
high as a
bro,
kite.
come
Go
on,
ahead.
man.
Explain us how we do it. Go ahead.
All right, all
Go
right.
go.
So this is what we're gonna do. So you're gonna ask me a question and then you're gonna tell me how to answer it.
Yeah, you took too
It's
long. So you
disingenuous,
said
bro. If
experiments.
you actually
You
want me
said
to answer,
experiments.
I'll
You
answer it.
didn't
You
come
know
up
what I'm
with
saying?
one,
But
so
don't
I
be
figured one.
disingenuous about it.
So exactly at this point, I'm clowning the nonsense you said. I told you. So go ahead, explain us how he gets high in his experiment. What's the observation? What
All right,
tool
my
is he
brother.
using
Yeah,
to conduct his
just move
observation?
on, bro. Just move on, bro.
Go tell us what tool he's
Just
using to
move on.
conduct his
Just keep it
observation.
pushing, man. Just keep it
Yeah,
pushing.
I gotta keep it pushing. No, my
Yeah, just
brother,
keep it moving
you
because I don't mind
insisting on
answering, but if
saying
you're gonna
something.
ask me
You
something and
insisting.
then
Now
not
we're going to dissect the shit you said.
you,
So
bro,
he is high
I
as
don't
a
have a
kite.
problem with
Which
that. I
observation
don't
is
have
he
a problem
conducting?
with that.
Which experiment is he conducting to write down these observations?
Listen,
Since when do we
listen.
write
I
down
don't have a
observations? What is
listen.
he
I
doing?
don't.
Is he Darwin? Is he Darwin getting high in the bushes looking at finches? What kind of observation are we talking about that you do high? Let's go. Come on.
Like I said, bro, if you want
We
to
are
have a
going
serious
to you are
conversation,
going to
we can
answer that
do that,
question
bro.
because you
No,
insisted. You
pardon me.
insisted. So we're not moving until you answer that question. We're staying right here because I'm
But
going
I
to
feel like
illustrate the
you feel like I'm
stupidity of
under
the
some
shit
type
you
of
just said.
I don't
So
mind
we are
answering
not
though.
moving until you define that for us. You're on the big
Brother,
screen, bro. Talk to me.
Brody, I don't have a problem answering your question. My thing is
Let's
this: if
go.
you're gonna ask me something,
Let's
then
go.
hold tight for my
So
answer,
start
innit?
answering. Don't give me no diatribe. Give me the experiment
Okay,
and
then.
how.
So you're gonna fall back on the chemistry, then, yeah?
Go ahead.
You're
Let's
gonna
go.
fall back on the chemistry. You're not gonna tell me how to answer,
Let's
yeah?
go. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, then. So let's take. Let me think.
The
Let me see.
experiment and the
Let's
observations.
say
What experiment are we doing?
all right, cool. Let's say he's on. Let's say
Go back
maybe
to chemistry.
something to do with
We go back to chemistry
biology.
then.
Let's say biology, maybe
All
plant
right.
biology. Yeah, let's say
Mhm.
plant biology and
Plant
how,
biology.
yeah,
Plant
something like
biology.
that. Pardon
Plant
me?
biology.
Yeah, and how plants interact with the
Plant
environment.
biology. Okay. All right. Good. Okay. Good.
Yeah,
What
so
we determining? Chloroform concentration. Chlorophyll concentration.
mm, you're good. Okay, you're gonna ask you something like that.
See.
mm,
See. Yes. Exactly.
what's your
Exactly.
point, bro? What's your?
Why?
I don't
You
understand.
are making my
Wait a
point.
minute. Wait,
Everybody is seeing the
wait
point
a
I'm
minute.
making.
Because I can't come up with a
Everybody is seeing the point
hypothesis
I'm making. Go
in a
ahead. Go
time
ahead.
in a
So now
timely
go ahead.
manner,
Explain.
or in a
I'm still
because I
waiting
can't
on
come
a
up with a
coherent
hypothesis within a
explanation,
couple
bro.
of seconds.
Your argument,
You're
he's
trying to style
hiding.
me, bro.
Come
You
on,
can't
do the
style me
experiment.
because
Go
of that.
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Do the
No,
experiment.
but listen to what you're saying. Because I can't come up with a
Man, do the
hypothesis in the X amount
experiment.
of time, you're trying to
So
style me.
go
That
ahead. Go
will never
ahead.
work.
So we're in plant biology. What exactly are we determining in this plant biology thing? Go ahead.
Mm,
What are we determining? What are we measuring? What are we testing? What are we trying to identify?
Okay, let me.
What is the
So I
hypothesis?
think. Yeah. So I got to think on it. Bro. I
Oh,
don't
you
know.
got to think.
Right
But
now.
you
I got to
come up
think on
here and talk about being high and this and that. Now you got to think. So you didn't think before, though. Listen, that's
it.
it.
Wait,
No,
hold on.
no
So wait,
conversation.
you're
Mute your
telling
mic.
me
Mute
that
your
I
mic.
should
Mute your
come
mic.
up.
You had your opportunity. No, I'm not interested anymore. You see, this is the point I was making. You get up here, ill prepared, don't know what you're talking about, and just want to make an argument for argument's sake.
He was just
So
trying to have
you say some nonsense, and I
he
let it ride. And
was
when I
trying to have a
bring
philosophical debate.
philosophical, you have to have a make it
Yeah, he
up
was trying to
debate.
philosophical. It's like a
Natural philosophy.
philosophical debate. That's why
Yeah,
he was.
he was doing natural philosophy in a methodological naturalism lab.
Yeah, so that's
That's
why he
what
says
it
it's a
is.
debate, but he mentioned some terms though that kind of keyed me into that he was talking about like a philosophical debate though.
And
But
there is
modern
no
science, you know
philosophy.
what I mean?
There is
You
no
know, they
philosophical discussion because his foundation is rested on nothing, rhetoric. Yeah, well, if he high and he do the experiment, how he see it. Now, he can't tell me what experiment he's doing. He can't tell me what type
no,
of
I don't know about that
observations.
part. I don't know about
That's
that
the
part.
only part I'm interested
No,
in.
I was talking about the
Nonsense.
part me and him was
Right
talking
there, his
about. We
whole
was talking
argument falls apart because it's rested on nothing. So I'm not going down the CedTalks, the boom, bam, 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 when you're
no, I get you. No,
fundamentally
I get you.
clueless.
I get your point. I'm talking about what me and him was talking about. I don't want him to think I'm mixed up. I
Same
think he
here.
was having philosophical. When
Yeah,
he
he
said
was
there's a
trying.
debate between whether science is looking for absolutes or your reality, and I said science working absolutes, right? And so he mentioned, I think he mentioned the word realism,
Yeah. Yeah,
philosophical
and we
realism or something like that. I think it was.
yeah, and
But that made me realize that it was really a
prior to
philosophical
understanding
thing.
interface. Yeah, that is
Uh,
prior to understanding our interface. Those concepts are prior to us understanding the limitations of our interface. We now operate understanding the limitations of our interface. We understand that we're not actually modeling reality.
scientific realism. Yeah,
Yeah,
he said he looked it up real quick. Scientific realism. I believe that's what he said. But we was talking about modern science. We talking about what you talking about, and the whole thing with you. The conversation got to
yeah,
fit within
yeah,
that.
yeah,
I'm thinking we're in that framework. We kind of slipped
yeah,
into a
maybe,
little
yeah,
philosophy a little bit.
yeah,
You
but we
agree with
can't
that?
tap.
Where you at? Where you at? Do you agree with that, bro? Want to kind of give you a little a olive branch. That might be a debate in philosophy.
Say, Bill, you got the flow, my brother.
Oh, he gone. He ain't on it. He gone.
I don't
What
want
up?
to hear anything. Say, Bill, you got the flow. I don't want trying to hear anything.
What up, Fred? What up, Pop? What's
Trying to
up,
get it
Fred?
right.
What's up, Pop?
Just trying to get right.
Right, right. That whole mixing up or trying to bring philosophy and make it speak for science is kind of different. I understand that science has philosophical discussions because that's how you get to the conclusion through talking about it, through philosophizing and working through the answers. But philosophy isn't science. Philosophy is philosophy. And they work together just like philosophy works with history. But do you understand that these are separate fields and they work in conjunction? Like history and archaeology. You cannot have an archaeological fact and it's not a historical fact. Just like you can't have a historical fact and it not be an archaeological fact. Does it make sense? So
Exactly.
stop trying to make philosophy speak for science and let science speak for itself and use the discussions of philosophy to help us get to the conclusion and further the science. If science stopped at philosophy, we wouldn't be anywhere. Yo, we still be thinking that people walked upside down in Australia.
Absolutely right, Xavier. Deep breath. Sunshine.
Deep breath. What's a deep breath for?
Sunshine, you got the floor.
Okay.
Let's go.
I have a question for you, brother. As it relates to Karl Popper and positivism, we've spoken briefly on post-positivism, and my question for you is,
Define
how
post
does
positivism. Define post positivism.
post-positivism is where positive is what looks at the limits of positivism and addresses it in a more modern sense. And there are
And what
things about
is
positivism,
what
there are
is
things about positivism
what
that
stop.
have been rejected in
If
post-positivism.
you do that again, Sunshine, if you do that again, it's over. Right? One. If I ask you to stop
You're
and you
not,
still
you're not, you're
insist
not
on
going to allow me
continuing,
to ask my question, are you?
if you
I
insist
just
on
have a
continuing,
question.
no, you don't get
You're
to
not,
ask the question.
you're
I'm
not,
asking the
you're not
question.
going to allow me. You're not going to allow me to ask the question, are you?
I'm asking the questions. So
No, I'm
is
asking the question. I'm your
no, you're
guest.
not.
I'd like to
Okay,
ask you
bye,
a question.
bye, bye, bye. That easy.
Goodbye.
So
I
you're gonna
tell
answer
you.
the is are you gonna answer the questions or you're not
That's
gonna?
no, I have a question for you. You
Yeah.
have a show
And your
on Thomas
questions will be
Kuhn, and I have a
responded by
question
yourself.
with regards to Thomas Kuhn,
We are
Karl
going, what
Popper,
we're doing,
positivism.
so now
Hey,
I
define
Cedric,
have a
did we get
question.
the definition of
Can I
post-positivism yet? Did we
yeah,
can
get
I
that
I'm
yet?
still
ask a
waiting on it.
question
I'm
or
still waiting
Why
on
not?
it.
don't you give it to us? Why don't you give it to us? Give it to us, and then let
Post-positivism
them. Uh-huh.
is the response to positivism because positivism proves to be unverifiable by its own verification principle.
Okay.
Don't
Post-positivism
stutter
comes
now. Don't start stuttering
stop,
now.
stop.
That's what I
Post-positivism,
said.
post-positivism contains falsification and a couple of inherent statements. Humans are inherently biased. Criticism is a requirement. Falsification and replication is a requirement. Peer review is a requirement. Consensus forming.
It says more than that about falsification, brother. And that's
Okay,
my
that's it.
question.
Bye,
How
bye, bye, bye,
So do
bye.
Sunchild do Sunchild agree with that definition though?
So what one child is attempting to do
What are you trying to
is
do?
he is attempting to assert that post positivism is moving away from empiricism. Now, I actually articulated, put it down, illustrated, put it clear. Karl Popper, falsification. That led to the development of a framework. These are all frameworks, and I illustrated
I'm getting
every
sick.
single
That's why
point
I'm moving
within
slow.
that framework. There is nothing more than that. Falsification actually became verification because you verify by means of falsification. False positivism is falsification versus verification. Verification fell flat. post-positivism. Post because this philosophical framework is after positivism. Positivism sought verification by confirmation. Verification by falsification is the norm. Even today, in illustrating Thomas Kuhn, falsification remains paramount. So Sunchild is speaking from his ignorance and insisting. That's why we are going to do Socratic argumentation. He is going to answer the questions and reach to his conclusion. He's not asking me one question, not one. So he's going to go through a series of answering questions, or his appearance here is pointless because we are doing the Socratic method. He's going to reach to the conclusion by answering questions himself. Because the
What you
questions
just
he's
said, what you
asking
just
are
said was
leading to.
false. What you just said was false and misleading.
Yes, go ahead. Correct me. Correct me.
Are you
You don't need
sure?
to ask
Are
me
you,
a question. Go
So,
ahead,
are you
correct
so
me.
sure
you
I
mean
can
to tell
speak?
me?
Go ahead, correct me.
Sunchild. No,
Oh,
before
let
you
him
go.
go.
So
Let
you mean
him
to
go. Let
tell
him
me?
go. Let him
No,
go. Let him go. Let him go.
I
Hello,
have to ask you this question.
Fabio.
I have to
Fabio,
ask you this question
Fabio, he
because
wants
I
us. He
learned
You
what
gotta
wants
let
us.
save. You gotta let him
post-positivism
go.
is,
Save
Fabio,
yo.
Fabio,
We done
Fabio.
already
Let
pounded
him
him
go.
out.
Let
Let
him
that
go.
man
but I
go.
learned what post-positivism is in college when
All
I
right, you
took
do it. All right, speak about
philosophy.
it after he finish.
Yeah.
After he finish,
So
then give it to
I
us.
just want to know if what I learned in college is wrong because what he's finna say
I
apparently
know,
don't
yo.
look
Let the
at
man
what I
talk though.
read.
Let him go. We done already killed him. You can't dive
Yeah, yeah,
in.
yeah. He there already. Let him go ahead. You got the flow, sunshine. Correct me. Educate us.
Yeah, with regards to falsification and verification, post-positivism, Popper himself challenged verification with falsification, but post-positivism goes further than Popper and challenges even falsification itself. Based on biases, objectivity, challenges the idea of objectivity, biases, empiricism, it challenges falsification itself in Popper. That's why I asked you last time. I said
So,
Popper was
so
a
again,
bridge between
so now enough.
and
Done.
and the
Stop. Bye. 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 If you don't stay quiet, I'm gonna put you down. So here's where Sunchild did exactly what I said he was going to do. Falsification is the premise. Falsification is the standard.
no, it's
When
not.
you are
Not for post-positivism. No, that's correct.
so within that post-positivism framework, you have falsification, and falsification is supported by criticism is a must. So you must allow your work to be falsified. Criticism is a must. Number one. Objectivity is a question mark. That's why falsification is a must. Falsification versus verification because your objectivity is in question. That's why falsification is a must. Criticism is a must. Peer review is a must. These are the principles that support falsification as the standard. Post positivism. Now, that is the whole of it. How are you challenging falsification, which is criticizing the work, critically analyzing it, criticism? Peer review, falsification seeks to verify by means of falsification. Peer review is a must. Your objectivity is in question. That's why falsification is a must. Like, Sunshine, I keep telling you, you are like, I don't know if it's on purpose you try to do these things or you actually illustrating your ignorance. I have illustrated this factually, proven it, established it. This comes straight out of the philosophy of science. I am not up here making nothing up. Nothing I say is for just my opinion versus you. Your inability to synthesize the information is evident. Your lack of total comprehension of basic sentence structures and philosophical concepts is poignant at this point. Falsification is criticizing your work. A pillar of post-positivism is criticism. How do you execute the criticism required? By means of falsification. Peer review is a must. What is the foundation of falsification? To verify by means of peer review. Peer review, you verify by falsifying. Why is it post positivism? Because positivism sought verification by means of confirmation, not by means of falsification. Sunchild, you're out of your academic depth once again, and you insist on trying to argue instead of learning. Watch him make a complete idiot of himself again. Watch. At this point, I'm no longer getting upset. We gonna laugh. Go ahead, Sunshine.
Yeah, that was interesting. But you said false objectivity, because objectivity is challenged in post-positivism,
Yes, the
means
objectivity of
falsification, means
verification and of
yeah,
and it supports
yeah.
the
Brother,
reason
can
it
I
is a
finish?
supporting pillar. It is a
Can I
supporting
finish the
pillar
sentence?
for verification because your
Yeah.
objectivity is into
Okay.
question
Okay.
because
You
human
said, I,
bias is
brother.
a reality. So that means that the falsification process is a requirement, and these are the reasons why post positivism
Yeah.
supports
Okay.
and
Well, what?
underpins, gives the rules and the reasons for falsification. For example, the objectivity of the one conducting the one particular experiment is in question. That's inherently in question because humans are subjective. We saw that today, right? So that's why the principle of falsification is a standard by which means post-positivism supports that principle. These are the principles for the action. The action is falsification. The principles are the following: criticism is a must, peer review is a must, human biases exist. Therefore, your
You
objectivity is
said
called
that
into question.
already. Can I
So,
finish a
yes, and I will
sentence?
repeat saying it because you seem to not get it. So, I must say it as often as necessary until it slips somewhere in the cracks of that thick skull. Any
Yeah.
attempts
Well,
to
where I
undermine
see,
any attempts to undermine what I'm saying, I will continue to beat you like I'm beating you, whipping you and making you look as stupid as you actually are. Say something again, Sunshine.
so you're saying you're not welcome to
Criticism,
push back.
criticism.
You're saying you're not welcome to push back?
A pillar of post-positivism is criticism. How does criticism undermine falsification when falsification by its foundation is to criticize the work produced and not verify? You're criticizing by means of falsification. So how does criticism, a pillar of post-positivism, undermine falsification? Go ahead, explain to us.
Well, I was talking about
No, I
objectivity
asked you
and
a question. That's a
falsification.
question you get to answer. How does that work?
You have a one track mind, bro, and it's like a broken record, son,
Close this,
child.
open the door.
All
It's
right,
on
we're done with
repeat.
you, son.
It's on
We're
repeat
done with you,
shit.
sunshine. Another one
Can
bites
I
the dust.
speak? I haven't spoken yet. I haven't even spoken yet.
My brother, Rebel
I
Rock,
haven't spoken.
you're
Can I?
back
Do I?
around. No, you done. You done.
Yeah. Blessed again.
Yes, my brother.
Masise Ankh. Bless up yourself, Rastafari. Cedric, you don't know, bless up yourself. You run a tight ship over here, you know. No slackness. You know, say the whole confusion from the brethren from England with the England accent. Even the brethren we're going right now is what you saying, and even from post, that thing you guys were talking about, positivism. Even that goes on to what Kuhn saying, because even through that now, he tell you about the ostrich problem, you know, where people with a certain mindset, they push their mindset, even though they know, like, you know, studies being done out there and the information being out there, they ignoring the information and trying to create that new paradigm, or, you know what I mean, their own paradigm, and so to speak. But just like you say, through the falsification peer review now, that's where it get critical. Because if it was just the person doing the observation, going out and put their work, then there would be all kind of falsification, all kind of work that is not being falsified and kind of like verified. You know, so that's where the ostrich problem coming with a lot of people that want to shift the paradigm, so to speak, according to this guy Thomas Kuhn, you know. And he also talking about the Coombs laws, where you know you have a previous experiment done, research done, and you do a new research and it gives you a change, which you say that anomaly might come up, but then that anomaly sometimes doesn't explain what the first experiment was explaining. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, what you're saying there, Cedric, is truth according to the science world and the philosophical part of the science. And that's where the people them have a little tug and pull, because philosophy and the method separate the philosophy, because the philosophy is how you're looking at the platonic world. And I'm saying the method now show you like, okay, how you going to investigate and kind of like see how you get close to nature. You know what I'm saying? So it's always going to be, even I would ask you and Ank, if you know that bridge in Dennis Noble. You know what I'm saying? When I say bridge, it's like he's a professor up in England, you know what I'm saying? And even him, we're talking about this extension of knowledge and, you know what I'm saying, experimenting, that he now is challenging the neo-Darwinism method of DNA, you know, of DNA needed to
Yeah.
evolutionize.
I need to stop you right there.
Yeah, go ahead.
That brother is a quack. He is operating outside of his premise. If you want to see him get debunked, go over to Professor Dave's channel. Shout out to Professor Dave. He does a dismantling of this
But
nonsense.
can you show his
No, we don't
contribution
do.
to
I
health
don't do
science?
pseudo over here. I don't do pseudo over here.
No, he's not
It,
pseudo. Dennis Noble is not pseudo at
my
all.
brother, Dennis
He's a
Noble.
biologist. He's a biologist, no
I'm not gonna
professor.
argue. I'm not gonna
It's not an
argue.
argument, it's out there,
Bro,
you know what I'm
I'm
saying?
telling you, you're referring to the nonsense Dennis Noble has been spewing over the last couple of years, and that is nonsense. He is out of his depth. He doesn't know what he's talking about, and this is where you get the false appeal to authority.
Okay,
Go do
talk
some
about the
research.
science of the first cell then. The science of the first cell that did not use DNA to actually form itself right now into what we saying we are. The first cell. It went with RNA.
It's life though. Hold on,
is
hold.
there a
You talking
complete
about
theory
eukaryotics? What are you talking about,
of
brother?
No, we're talking
abiogenesis?
about the RNA, the first, like according to
Is there a complete theory on abiogenesis?
I'm not talking about abiogenesis
That's
right
what you
now.
are talking about, my brother.
I'm
When you're
I'm
talking
talking
about the
about
first
the
cell, you're
first cell
talking
theory.
it's abiogenesis. That's the subject matter you're dealing with.
It comes under
Brother,
that topic,
brother,
bro, but it's
brother.
specific to that
You're
topic.
talking about abiogenesis.
How many
That's the
theories abiogenesis have
no,
within it?
my brother. I'm asking. Listen. It's maybe it's me. The level of scientific accuracy that I demand is maybe too high. First you hit us with a Dennis Noble going down a rabbit hole, which you're not gonna get to do here. Like we stick within the new phenomena. You're not gonna
I
help
thought you
guys.
guys back
Yeah. Stop.
scientists.
Do not cut me off. Do not cut me off.
Okay, sir.
Don't
Yes,
do
sir.
it. We don't do the appeal to authority.
Don't feed it to us.
We
Don't
don't
feed
do the appeal to
it.
authority, and we definitely don't do the appeal to false authority, right? So when you reference Dennis Noble, and I'm going to stop you because the work he's been doing is pseudo. I reference Professor Dave's channel to check it out. At that point, you say, you know, my brother, okay, I'm going to hold back on that. Let me check that out. Let me verify.
I say he have
We
a
are not
premise to the
we are not
pacemaker.
going to continue the conversation. At that point,
Okay,
you
okay,
stop.
okay.
Because we're
Cool.
doing the slow over here. I'm not doing it.
All right,
The
we'll take it. We'll
falsification
take.
authority, etc.
Okay,
Number two,
To
when
prove
you
a
start,
point.
no,
Cedric, to
do
prove a
not
point.
cut
Can
me.
you address
Do
that? Can you
not
address
cut
it?
me off, bro. What part of that you don't understand, bro? I've taken my time to respond to you. I'm going in, and y'all don't have the discipline to listen. I'm on the big screen. That means I got the floor. Stand down. I'm talking. When you bring up abiogenesis and don't even know that's what you're talking about, you need to slow down. We need to stop right there. There's no conversation beyond that point. You just need to stop right there. You talk about first cell RNA synthesis, polymer chain. There is no theory. They are still in the experimental phase. They ain't gonna sit up here and hypothesize. There is no definitive answer yet. That's it. We can get into the biochemistry. We could talk about the conundrum they have right now, whether you're getting the polymer first or the enzyme reactions first. This is where the discussion is, because they pretty much have how these sequential chains are made and how early forms of RNA are established. Where did this come into the conversation? I don't know. The whole topic that this rubric is about is how we think, the philosophical framework. At no point in time did we get into the sciences. There is no need to do that at this point. Obviously, because the philosophical framework and understanding what we are engaging in is still missing. You had a brother up here talking about experiments when you're high and the observations, and can't tell me what type of observation, what type of experiment. He's just speaking to speak, just to be heard. We running all over the place. Why are we getting into a conversation of abiogenesis when we are talking about the philosophical framework, which is methodological naturalism, which is science? In there, you have prerequisites, you have framework, you have safeguards. Today, we got the final humanizing, a humbling piece of the equation. Your epistemic regime, your paradigm in which you live, your cultural baggage, it is there. Recognize it. Make sure that you are not evaluating other data, other applications of the scientific method from that bias. How do we prevent that bias? We internationalize peer review, we internationalize consensus forming, we apply falsification, and we apply methodological naturalism to the system itself by recognizing these limitations, because at the end of the day, it is humans and our fallibility that is engaging in this exercise. That was the synthesis today. There requires a certain amount of discipline to mature and have these conversations evolve coherently. If we can't even stick to the discussion of the mental framework that we need to apply, why are we having a conversation about abiogenesis, which is not a complete theory, where there's still speculation of which mechanism precedes the next? And if we go into the mechanisms, I'm sure you can't go there. This is the play going behind the noumena. We want to operate in the speculative, the area where we have assertions and assumptions work. The phenomena where you have to deal strictly with the facts and deal with reality as it is an environment where people do not want to dwell. I mean to.
No,
Yes,
please.
I mean to that.
All right, listen. What we saying there, Cedric, depend on the subject where you renting off. Or what I'm saying is that it still have a form of anomaly a paradigm shift, right? And it's there now. You saying peer review would take that guy noble work and dismantle it, and either, you know what I'm saying, approve it
This
or
man mention
disprove it.
Noble again. Did this man
No, no,
mention
no, no, no.
Noble
I'm
again?
just saying to
Did he
you,
just
bro.
mention
Listen,
Noble again? Oh, man. Listen, yo, let me
bro.
see the
Can you
time.
use
3
things
hours.
as an
3 hours.
example
Ladies and
versus
gentlemen,
the
I've reached
conversation?
my limit. I've reached to my limit. Oh, God killer, you got the flow. We're closing out. Yeah, I reached my 3 hour limit. You see that I can't anymore. I'm done. We done. Show's over.
Ah man.
Hey,
Show's
Nah,
over.
that's
Ant,
Rebel, man.
Ant,
Rebel,
can
good
you give
man.
me
Rebel, good man. Rebel, good man. Hey, Rebel. He already been identified as a quack, though, bro. So at that point, don't nobody feel like doing it. You get it, like, come on, man, and you can figure that out. I tell you what. I tell you what I'm gonna do for you. I'm gonna look into it for you. Let's have an intelligent conversation around that. But I think Cedric, through his frustration, gave us some real good points of, man, it's that gap shit. Everybody want to argue from the gap shit of the unknown and filling their own wild pieces, yo. That's what's really happening right now, right? If we want to fill in some unknowns with our own information, or some crazy person is doing the same thing for some type of notoriety, bro. Real shit. Like I just listened to a whole podcast with Neil deGrasse Tyson with this lady, and she was talking about the origin of life. You know, she talked about how life is. You know, there's no such thing as, well, when people start saying that, you know, life can be anywhere on Earth, right? Like it's not extreme life, extreme that, because extreme, it's just life, man. And all it wants to do is reproduce, right? And it's deep. So all that other speculative nonsense, man, come on, yo. And she's talking about evolution, which is only dealing with life once to get to Earth, bro. That's evolution. Now you'll see the quacks come out and start some stuff that ain't even, we don't even have a cohesive scientific theory yet, and they want to fill it in with their own work. Man, it's remarkably crazy, yo. That's all it's saying, bro. So we need to. You should have known that. I trust you. I'm not trusting you'll look that man up for real and see that he is playing. He's playing, yo.
Ant? If you or Cedric would just give me 1 minute to open my mouth without cutting me, that's where the frustration lies.
I
Because
didn't touch you. I didn't touch you. I didn't touch
I'm not actually leaning on the guy overstanding. What I'm saying to Cedric too is
Respond
just
to what
what
I say.
Coons
So
is what we're
respond to what
saying.
I say
Coons
and
was
not say what you want to say.
right. So what I'm
Respond to
saying to
what I
you
say.
is, yeah, because I'm saying to you, that's what Coons saying. The paradigm shift. And you saying it's going through the post-positivism. I'm adding up what I'm trying to do, bro, with you. I'm trying to show your last classes to this classes and the connection you making from last week to this week and the weeks that you're doing, bro, because that's what I observe. I'm not trying to really fight you. I'm just bringing up things that you saying and showing the connection from that time to this time, bro. But at the same time,
you.
you're
What got to
showing a
do with that guy,
paradigm
though?
shift.
What they got
You're
to do with
showing
that
a
guy?
paradigm shift and anomalies. And I'm giving you an example of paradigm shift and anomalies. And at the same time, this information is being falsified. You think I'm
No,
going on a tangent?
you gave us an example of a pseudo. That's
I
what you
know,
did.
but at the end of the day, it's the same time
That
of
don't count.
falsification.
That
Everything
don't count.
applies to what you're saying. Everything
Yeah,
applies to the
that
process of
don't count.
you go through that guy and he's being falsified. You see
The
what I'm saying
man
to you?
don't have a
But you guys didn't know.
hypothesis. He don't have a theory.
Yeah,
He don't have
I
no
agree. I don't
work.
understand it.
He running around
You guys
YouTube making a
misunderstand
lot
what
of
I was
noise.
trying to do.
So
I do a little bit, yeah.
Cedric is too excited, bro. You need to let people get their viewpoint out because what I'm
no, I
agreeing
don't.
with you to
No,
an
I
extent.
don't. No.
You know,
So you see, you're agreeing to me to an extent. The extent is what I got a problem with. You know why you're not going all the way pseudo? Because the guardrails are on. Because I know exactly where you want to go with Noble, bro.
bro. I have a biochemistry. I do biochemistry, but I do organic chemistry. What are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about, bro? Like, come on, man. Like, everybody have to get pushed back in this field or something. We cannot agree all the way because same thing. We have to prove the disbelief right there. You know what I'm saying to you? Same thing you're going to talk about. I heard you talking about the theory of mind. You have to prove the disbeliefs and everything, but you're just trying to have a war with words when we all saying the same thing. But at
No,
the end
we're
of the day,
not
we're
saying
coming
the
from
same.
different
We're
approaches.
not saying the same thing.
We're saying
That's the
similar
whole point.
things. We're saying
No, we're
similar
not.
things. Yes,
No,
we are.
we are not.
So
No,
are we not talking about the ostrich problem? Are we not
no,
talking about the Kuhn's
you
loss?
understand nothing about what I said.
Are we not talking
I
about
tell you,
post-positivism?
address what I said. You can't,
In
up to now you
particular to
didn't,
what?
because
In
you
Talking
wasn't
about
particular to
that
even
what?
pseudo.
listening.
Talking about that
You
In
pseudo.
wasn't
particular to
even
what?
listening. You wasn't listening.
Bro, you
You
saying
just
a lot of
waited.
things. Be
You wait to
specific.
come out. You wait to come off of the mic so you could just speak because you
No, I'm
want to
just
be.
saying be specific as to what
I
you're
was
saying, bro.
very specific. I
Bro, you're
was.
saying a lot of things. You were talking about falsification. You were talking about a lot
No,
of
I
stuff.
was not. I was not. Did you? Anyway, you know what? Again, I prove my
Yo,
point.
give thanks, Ang.
You
Bless
didn't
it.
listen to nothing I said. You just
That's it.
was quiet until you got to speak.
Bro,
So
I
there's no
researched that
engagement
first self
with what I'm
theory,
saying.
bro. It's tested already.
Ah, there
Tested
you go.
first self
There you
theory.
go. There you go. You
I
insist.
already studied
That's
it.
what you want to do. You insist. You insist.
I'm
After
just
you
saying,
can't
bro.
go down the road. After the
I'm
road
just
gets
saying.
shut down, the road gets shut down.
Prove the scientists wrong, bro. Prove the biologists wrong. Prove all of those people wrong. Don't try to argue with me. They're saying that. I just telling you what they're
Who
saying,
they?
man. Come on,
Who
man. We
they
all saying
saying
what
what?
they're saying.
What they are saying? What are they saying?
They all saying everything started. They're saying basically it started from RNA instead of the use of DNA through evolution. That's what they're saying is. You know what I'm saying to
I
you?
don't think.
Where
Darwin
Darwin and his cousin saying, well, yeah, we need
No,
DNA.
you
When
didn't
they
say that.
that
No,
means say
Darwin didn't say
nothing
that.
about that. You
bro,
see
well,
there.
it's not Darwin saying that, but they're saying the neo-Darwinism ideology.
No,
You know what
no,
I'm saying
no,
to you?
no, 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 no. Neo Darwinism was created after Darwin was dead, and
I
it
know
had
that's
nothing
what
to
I'm
do with.
saying, the
Yeah, yeah.
ideology,
No, I'm saying
not
it ain't
him.
had.
Yeah.
I'm saying it ain't had nothing to do with science, though, bro. A whole bunch of bullshit. Neo
That's my
That's
Darwin.
point. That's my
and that's
point.
what I
It's a
showing you along the years. All of those things has been
non-sequitur to the whole
dismantled.
discussion.
No, no, you serious? Hold
Non-sequitur.
on, wait, ho. I detected. Yo, you triple talking us now. That's not fair, bro. I trusted
Thank
you,
you.
yo. I trusted you, yo.
Bro,
You just went from
neo-Darwinism.
Darwin. No, listen.
Yeah, go
Darwinism
ahead.
has nothing to do with Charles Darwin, and all to do with misunderstanding of Darwin's work, bro.
I
Don't got
understand, but
nothing.
what I'm
Okay,
saying to
so then
you
you
is
so don't say nothing past that. Let's move on to something else.
That's
You
my
actually
what,
point.
said you
what
actually
I'm
tried to
saying to
use neo
you is
Darwinism. No, you tried to use neo Darwinism as
no,
something to
I'm
deal with
trying to
DNA.
use the new cell.
Darwin didn't deal with DNA, bro.
But I'm trying to deal with
Jesus
the first.
Christ.
That's why they call it neo-Darwinism because
No, it's
it's
not.
Oh
Darwin
No,
and
it's
his
no,
not.
cousin
no,
Mendel. It's his
no,
cousin Mendel. They use the
no.
theory of Darwin
Abiogenesis,
and Mendel to
man.
put
Listen
together
to your boy.
to
He
explain
just wants
No,
to
DNA
I'm
hear
confused. No,
himself
no, no,
speak.
no, 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 no,
and,
no.
and,
He
and the
just wants to
evolution of
hear that.
DNA of human
Yo,
beings
you
and
doing
so
that? You
forth.
doing it on purpose, yo? How can
I'm
I
not
get
doing
any?
it, bro. Go look it
You
up,
don't,
man.
no. Listen,
Come
listen,
on, man.
listen.
I'm studying all these things, bro.
No,
Like, come
listen,
on.
listen. Can we slow down on what neo Darwinism is, though, yo? Pull it up. Yeah,
Neo-Darwinism
pull it.
is
No,
that
nope. We both don't know. Obviously, pull it up.
I
Let's
know
read
I
it.
know what it is in
I
my
don't
own
know what.
way.
I don't trust you. I don't trust you
You
now.
might read it on Google to
No,
get
I don't
an
trust you. I don't,
understanding, but I
I
know
don't
what it
trust
is
you.
to my
I don't
understanding. Go
trust
ahead,
you. I don't trust you.
read it and
No, I
see.
thought it was one thing. You said it was something else. I thought it was motherfuckers fucking up Darwin's theory, and then you act like it was them adding the daggone Mendel's work to it. That's
That's why it's been debunked. It's genetics through evolution.
what? No, man, that has not been
Dude.
debunked. Oh, come on, bro.
That's
Yeah.
why they're telling you the first cell theory now changes that.
No, that ain't
That
got nothing to do with Darwin. That ain't got nothing to do with Darwin. Yo,
I
Darwin has a
know
theory
it
on.
doesn't have to do with personally Darwin, bro. It has to do with his ideology. That's to do with his
Oh, so
cousin
you saying?
Mendel.
Oh, so you saying
People
evolution
that
has
came
been?
after him use that theory or use that, you know what I'm saying, that context at that time, theorem to actually say these things.
Yo, do you know you said RNA and DNA, right?
RNA come before DNA. RNA is the
Okay, I know,
replicate
but that
of
has
itself.
nothing to do with overthrowing anything Darwin said. Can we at
Bro,
least agree on that?
it's
Can we
true.
at least? No.
It's
Can
what
we at
it,
least? No, I'm saying, can we agree on that?
bro,
Yes or
the
no,
deep
bro?
study
I'm
goes that
asking you a question. Can
not
we
not
agree on that or
exactly.
not?
Not
Okay, so
exactly.
then I don't want to talk no more.
All right, give thanks,
With
Yeah,
man.
because
the
you're my man. You're
nonsense,
my man,
the
yo, and I don't
mockery.
want to argue with you and get all upset, yo. I don't want to. I don't
Bro,
want
it's
to.
not an
You know,
argument, it's what scientists does. We talk
bro,
about this
you're
thing.
misrepresenting the data. You're cross-referencing things that are not within the same atmosphere,
Look
bro.
it up, man. Look it up.
Abiogenesis,
Look up the first cell theory, bro. I'm not
no,
talking about abiogenesis in its fullness. I'm talking about the first cell theory, where
why
they're
do I care
showing
about
you,
the first
where
cell
they're
theory
showing,
when we're operating with abiogenesis? First cell,
bro,
which
it's
first
other
cell is that?
theories, bro. It's other theories. Like, that's what science is all about, man. I don't care. I don't sometimes believe in
So
these things.
again,
I don't really
you
take them as,
establish
I just studying
so
them.
now you
I
prove
study them just,
exactly you prove exactly what this platform isn't about. I just told you we do not play behind the noumena wall. You can bring 1,000 unsupported theories and play in the speculation of the noumena. The leading hypothesis, the leading work done to understand the first or the early primitive cell formation is called abiogenesis, where we are now in the area of determining whether you had enzyme forming a catalyst prior to polymerization, whether it's polymerization first or catalysis first. This is what being discussed with regard to abiogenesis. All your other fringe concepts have no room in this arena, and you insist on doing it after being explicitly told we do not operate in the noumena. Why would you insist on doing that? That is weird. That is weirdo behavior. No discipline, no understanding, not the inability to stay within a particular framework. That's why you move the conversation from frameworks, from understanding what we're dealing with to get into the weeds because you have an agenda. And you insist that I must entertain your agenda of pure ignorant speculation and has nothing to do with the actuality of the subject matter we're dealing with. Your fringe rhetoric is out of place. There's a glitch in the system. We identify it. We call you to reference, but you have this infantile state of mind. You must get yours off as if
You know,
yours it's a requirement that we listen to the rhetoric that you must spit out.
you know
okay,
what,
Cedric,
said?
explain
Don't
to
Said,
them
respond.
hold,
what.
hold,
Do not respond.
hold on,
Don't
bro.
respond.
So
Save
I'm
your
asking a
goddamn flow.
question. I'm asking a
Don't
question.
No,
respond.
no.
Don't ask
Can
a
you
No,
question.
no, no,
Save your
nothing to do.
goddamn flow.
can you chill out?
Don't
Can you
ask
chill
a
out for?
question. Don't respond. Save your goddamn flow. No, 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 no. The discipline factor is crazy.
So the one thing that when you mentioned the Lumina wall, it made me recognize something. That's the place where they can stay and actually. It seems like I may be wrong, but the more you engage, the more we engage. It seems like this is the place where they can frame argument or have a place to question what's being presented behind that wall.
Yeah.
So once they get to that threshold, it's like they don't want to accept the new data or the data that circumvents or debunks the stuff that they're stuck on. So the only way they can actually be in these conversations is to stay in that place, to stay stuck.
Yeah. Don't listen. Never respond. Give them back the flow. They don't respond to what you just said. They just continue with the rhetoric that they were spewing. Just continue. Come off mute and just continue as if they were on pause. Like you're demonstrating the inability to even listen. Synthesize. Get here. You did you just hear what I said? No, you don't. You're not interested because you're just here to get yours off. Like, like this is a platform where you just get yours. No, there are arenas for that, not this one. You don't come here to get yours off. You stay within the framework of the discussion. You operate within those metrics. This is not a place for you to get it off. There's a particular subject matter we're dealing with. Several times I've brought you back to the humility that we are now employed because of Thomas Kuhn. Falsifiability is not only within the science is applied to science itself, the institution, to keep us in check because of our human biases. That's the subject. You focus on paradigm shift and then jump into some theoretical nonsense that has no validation whatsoever, just to say it's a hypothesis and a paradigm. Where's the paradigm shift on Noble's nonsense? He isn't writing papers. He's out of his depth. He's retired. He's just running around YouTube making noise. So the academic integrity is also missing. You're telling me you're studying it. Why? Just to have something interesting and off the cuff to say. Something exotic. As if that holds any weight. That old regime of doing things, when you get to philosophize, that idea of how we operate is outdated, misplaced. It serves us not, so it's not accepted in this environment. Period. It simply isn't. It is ludicrous. It doesn't look good, sound good, makes no coherent sense. All you're going to do is cause frustration and get exposed. And then say that we are mean because we're not letting you speak, as if I'm entitled to listen to your jargon. Why? Make it make sense. Doesn't make
Let
sense.
me can I say something?
Okay, go
Can I
ahead.
say something real quick? So
Go ahead,
you
bro.
wasn't talking about Darwinism. You were talking about neo-Darwinism. I just want to get that
Neo,
straight.
not Darwinism.
All
Neo,
right, all right,
Neo.
all right. I got you now. So you're saying because of RNA, it don't debunk nothing. You get it? It doesn't debunk evolution, bro.
Complete
You
It
get it?
different.
doesn't debunk evolution.
So
It
that's
just debunks the mechanism or the
No, it
way.
no,
doesn't. No, it
no,
doesn't.
no. Come on, man. Everybody, hold on. Cedric the only one can do that.
Bro, it's
This is what
telling
we're
you
not doing.
evolution does not need DNA. It starts with the RNA. That's
And I
why they're
know,
telling
and
you
that,
that's
I'm
the
saying
same
that
thing
might
what
be fine.
Cedric
Listen,
talking about.
I know. Hold on, but I'm saying they do not have a scientific theory on that yet. And the guy that's
Look
running
up the
around
first
is
cell
retarded.
theory, bro.
No, you cut me off, yo.
I'm just telling to you, man. Like, God, we having a talk, man. Stop going on like that, man.
I didn't go long, did I? Did I
We
go
can talk
long?
back and forward, I think. I'm not
No, you
trying to cut
don't.
you off.
No,
Yeah, but you
no.
don't give
There's
me.
no
You don't even
clarity
give
when
me.
you cut them off.
Yeah, yo, you cut me
All
off.
Yeah,
right, go
that's
ahead,
it.
man. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, yo, if you can't use that guy, yo, I'm gonna stay right there, yo.
Bro, I was not using him for concrete evidence. What I'm showing
Oh, you
to
don't.
you is
Why would you
the
bring him in though? Why you bring him in?
I'm just showing to you there is just like we say in scientists is ever going. There's always works out there. Whether they're being just like you say, it goes through the falsification process. Whether it's true or not, that is not the big problem. You guys leaning on the fact I went on that guy. I could have picked another
Yeah,
physicist. I could
but you
have
got the
picked somebody
guy.
else.
But you got the guy that's not helping us out by bringing somebody who's a nut into the equation, and then expect us to say, "Yeah, that's how it work." That ain't how it work. Nuts are excluded out the
No, I'm
conversation. That's
not
how
saying
it
how
works.
it works. I'm saying how people create that ostrich problem. If what's his name? The host of this thing, Cedric, he could tell you that Kuhn's talk about the ostrich problem. There's an ostrich problem in science. That's what I'm saying. And if you guys
No, that's
misconnotated
fine.
it,
No,
and
no, that's
even that
fine. But
guy
you
with
brought
the
a
E.
you brought a crazy guy, yo, and then you try to say the guy was right. That's what got crazy.
I'm not
That's all I'm
saying he's
saying.
right. I'm saying he's battling Darwin's
He's,
neo-Darwin
no, and I'm saying
ideology of
how can you battle Darwin's
because it's
no, listen, first of all,
yeah, go ahead.
it's not Darwin's idea, first of all. So you got everybody confused.
It's
Then I
not
thought you
Darwin
meant
idea.
Darwinism. Then I thought you meant Darwinism.
It's
That's why I
Neo.
said it's creating Neo. So you talking about Mendel and them, right?
Mendel and
When they
Darwin.
read it, when they rediscovered Mendel's laws, right? So now, then you bring up the guy. The guy didn't do nothing. The guy didn't bring nothing into question because he's a nut. The guy has not done no scientific work on that. That's what we
Yes,
trying to
he,
say.
he's the
So at
one.
this
He's the
point,
one.
hold on, at this point, if the man ain't getting no scientific work on it, then what the hell is we doing arguing with each other? It's better.
He has the mathematical
No, he
formula for the
don't, bro.
beating
No, he
cell.
don't. And see, now you done told the truth now. So you do think the nigga got
Oh,
something.
I'm a crash out. I'm a crash out.
Wow. He really went there.
Yeah, I got you now. I appreciate your truth. Now the truth came out.
So you guys
Appreciate this.
doubting him then?
Man, we said he was a damn pseudo, and you kept going, and now we realize you agree with him. That's why. That's
The
why.
man's a
So
biologist,
as
bro.
long
What
as we
pseudo
didn't
you
know each
talking
other, yo,
about?
as long as we didn't know each other, we got a pseudo got me and you
Bro,
arguing,
he's
bro.
a
He is
physiobiologist. What you
not.
talking about?
He's a
Appeal to
pseudo.
authority. He's a pseudo.
Wow.
Yo, you can be a biologist and turn into a pseudo when you get old. And
Bro, it's work. It's his work started up the
Bro,
pacemaker. You guys,
bro,
they have it
you're not.
in the
I don't care
hospital
about
and
no
everything
damn
else.
pacemaker. Care about no pacemaker, yo.
Come on, man.
Bro,
You guys not giving the
Hold
you're
on,
man
he
not.
his
did what?
credit.
He did what?
Everything
Come on,
about him
All right, we're
won't
gonna
be
give him credit.
right.
All right, we're gonna give him
bro,
credit with his
Everything
pacemaker.
about
bro.
him
You
won't be
actually.
right, but he has
Correct.
contributed to health
I
science.
agree. I agree.
Oh
Can I
man.
I
read?
agree.
Oh
Can
man.
I
So
read
now we're
something real
moving
quick?
the Martin Bailey. The Martin Bailey. Now we're seeing the
Now,
Martin
I hear what
Bailey.
he's saying. Hold on.
Cedric, I ask you
I
to
hear what
tell
he's
the
saying.
people what the ostrich problem is. Go back on topic.
Bro,
That's what I'm saying to you. I put in it to you. Tell the people them
oh
what the
my
ostrich problem
God.
is. We're
Hold
going
on.
Bro,
right back to Thomas
Hold
Kuhn
on. So
because
see,
you're
let's
okay.
saying
talk
I'm
about
off
this.
And
topic.
how?
Let's talk about his pacemaker. I want to talk about his pacemaker. He did a
No,
good
forget
job.
about it. So, Ank,
He did a
forget
great
about it, bro.
job. No, I'm saying the man did a great
Cedric
job.
saying I'm going off course. I'm trying to
Yo,
get back
Now
the
I'm off course now. You
navigation on
got
the
me. I'm
right
right.
off course.
road.
I can't get back
So
on
now,
course.
look, listen. Kuhn acknowledged that people operate within their own epistemic regime, right? He understands that science don't like to move, bro. Put blinders on. You gotta do hell to get us to move from the position. Did you watch my presentation?
That's
Did
not the
you?
ostrich. That's
Wait,
not the
wait, wait,
ostrich
hey, yo,
problem.
what the stop? Wait, yo. Did you watch my presentation?
Piece of it.
Bye.
No, you can't go.
Bye. Bye. That's it.
What are you saying?
Out.
That's not the ostrich. What is the Come on, let's go.
Right?
What's the
Your
ostrich?
ostrich politics. My head is in the sand. I don't see nothing what's going on around me. I got my blinders on. That's ostrich politics.
Right, that's what I kind of.
Head in the sand, right? I don't see. I don't see. Wow, that is the inherent problems that Kuhn was identifying. Our subjectivity. He recognized it. He's safeguarding against becoming these priests of science. He doesn't want that. He understood the history. He saw where things come from. He saw the direction of authoritative positioning people to do it. How do you safeguard against that? That's what he's identifying.
Where you
Blinders
going?
on. You're
Where you
staying in
going?
your own little backyard. You're staying in your own backyard. You're not, and now you're evaluating others' work based on your premise. Hey, what? These are the things we've gone through. The end of the day, he's asking you recognize your humanity in this endeavor. Humans are doing this. These are the conditions that we have inherently as humans. These are the safeguards we need to put in it, including applying methodological naturalism to the institution itself. So, talking about the problems, we acknowledge them. What we're talking about is his work and how it has led to the understanding, the identification, and the safeguarding against these same things. That was his contribution. That's his contribution. He acknowledged that within a particular
Where,
paradigm, you have paradigm shifts.
where the
Those
brother then go?
paradigm shifts don't happen easy. They
Hey,
don't happen easy.
Where the brother then go?
Ooh, he's right here.
Oh,
They don't happen easy. They
you
Cedric,
don't
you
got.
have
happen
put that.
easy.
Hey, brethren, you
Even
bless up,
anomalies,
bless up.
even
You
anomalies,
don't know. Yo,
even
we
anomalies,
rate
even
Cedric more than
anomalies.
you,
We
you know.
don't want.
Cedric can move like him
You
a
see her
slave
talking,
master
you see her
Rasta.
talking, you see her talking, you see her talking, you see her talking. No discipline,
Him there
no
like
respect,
sergeant. Yes,
no
sir. No,
discipline,
sir. Like
no
bro.
respect,
You know,
no discipline, no
relax.
respect. You talk. No show.
Hey,
You talk. So you
No,
feel you got the
Cedric.
right to cut me off.
oh man,
Cedric, you
So
see
now
the
if I start to be an asshole, put you in the back, put you on the stage, drop you, don't play with you because you insist on cutting me off. You insist on being rude. You feel
no
that's cool. You feel that's
Cedric.
cool. So you feel
Cedric,
that's cool.
when
You
me
feel
come
that's
and
cool.
say we have to put on some fire upon it.
You feel cool. You feel like cool. Now what? I'm play with you. I'm gonna be an asshole. Watch. Every time you talk, I'm mute the mic. You see? That cool, right? Because you know what you're doing. You're instigating on purpose. And I could play with you too because I got the controls. You ain't got no respect. I got the controls. You see how that work? You see, look, I put you on the big screen. I got your music cancer thing. You gotta listen. You say what? Oh, no, you're in your bath. You're in your bath because you can't run your game. Yeah, look at you. Look at you grinning. Look how I got you grinning. Look how I got you grinning. Look how I got you grinning. Expo. Look how I got you grinning. Yeah, next time, right? Yeah. Next time, right? Next time you try to disrupt me again. So I gonna go over there and show Cedric. I gonna go over there and I gonna disrupt. I gonna show you that I gonna make him bow. No, you see, you can't do that. No, look. I gonna clown you. Look, you up there. You can't. Nobody can hear you. Nobody can hear you. Well, everybody watching. Tito. You see how it is? Every time you feel like you could cut me out, I could just mute your mic, have you up there. Now I talking, and you up there can't say damn thing because you insist on cutting me off. This is how I'm gonna behave with you because I'm speaking. You jump up and just no decorum. When I just give you the floor to say everything you got to say without cutting you off, but you don't have that discipline, and it's not discipline. You just don't respect me. So now I gonna clown you. Look, you gotta listen. Sit down there on the big screen and listen. Now I'm abusing my power, right? Now I'm my asshole, right? Now I'm abusing my power, right?
Y'all
Now I'm
crazy.
abusing my power, right? Okay, you see how that work?
So now I was just trying to explain. Cause you getting out the rant, cause you in your emotion. Remember that, Cedric. But guess what? I trying to tell the people them what the ostrich problem is. When I never jump off, something happened that
Tell us what
I
the actual problem is. You're on the big screen. Tell us what it is.
well technically Kuhn saying in my own words, right? Because I can't say what he say exactly. But he's telling you where people kind of denote evidence. So there are studies done before that new researchers or other researchers come along and try to do studies on the same thing to say they found something new, but there are researchers already done already where these new people, I would say they ignore it or they avoid it in order for them to create new data, so to speak. But as you say, after
No, you're using the wrong
falsification,
guy though, bro. That's the only issue. And I think
after
you noticed by now, bro.
falsification, no, after falsification,
No, you're using the wrong guy now, yo.
bro, I'm
That's
not,
all
bro.
we
That's
trying to
the
say, bro.
ostrich
You is,
problem, bro.
bro. Nah, and I know you was right back at that guy, bro. And that's why you saying all this
No,
is
I'm
about
not
that
talking.
guy.
I'm talking the ostrich problem versus Kuhn, bro. Thomas Kuhn. I ain't
No,
talking
you
about
trying to
nobody else.
ease it over to the other guy though. You want to ease it. You want to ease it
No,
over to
I'm not
him.
talking about that, bro. Come on, man. You guys leading the conversation to where I'm not even talking about.
Are
Like,
you
come on, man. I'm
sure?
not
Are
I'm
you
not going
positive?
nowhere.
How can I be
I'm
sure you're
where I'm
not talking
at.
about that guy?
I'm in the ostrich problem right now.
I know,
Wherever
but,
you
but, but
at,
wouldn't that fit?
you
Hold on,
need
I'm
to
gonna ask you
get in the
this.
ostrich problem
I know,
with
but
me.
wouldn't that fit?
I'm
Wouldn't
not
that fit
nowhere
though?
else you trying to be
No,
at.
I'm saying, wouldn't that fit though? Wouldn't that guy fit? Meaning though they got their head in the sand, they're not paying attention to him. Wouldn't that kind of fit a little bit, or am I just making this up?
That would fit. The atomic theory would fit. All these things would fit because,
Oh,
you know what I'm saying to you, there are new evidence to show that um there's new evidence
listen.
to show that there's something smaller than an atom. So, you know what I'm saying? Some of these things, we need to take them into equation and how quick
So you don't
science.
think? So you don't think science is actually taking that into account, yo?
Yeah, but it
Better than
moving
me?
slow. It moving slow as to what we really, cause what we learning here, right here, they need to be putting it through to the high school, college
So you saying? Hold on, let me
curriculum.
get this straight. Let me get this straight. You
Hmm.
trying to tell us? I was feeling a little bad because you my man, but now I realize, yo, I
Bro,
can't
I
feel
went to
bad, yo.
college, I studied
No,
physiology, and
no,
I
no,
never
no.
learned
We don't
about
need.
this
So you
guy.
saying we need to teach that in school, yo?
Which part?
The shit that ain't making it through the data, we need to teach that in school.
Well, if we're talking about the book, that's a good book as to basically, bro, we're not testing our senses. We going off
That's
creating the
college.
paradigm.
It's a
But if the
college course.
paradigm is not measurable and
So
convincible, we throw it out and,
stop,
and, and
stop,
stick with the
stop, stop,
paradigm we had, or we
stop,
take the new one. That's
stop,
what science is
stop,
all about.
stop, stop. stop. Please, just stop. Just stop. I'm glad my audience have a whole presentation with an accurate breakdown, framing these things accurately. Again,
Yeah,
Thomas Kuhn
great.
takes a step back and he identifies particular phenomena, how they operate, right? One anomaly gonna be dismissed. Two anomaly gonna be tried to dismiss. Once the anomalies accumulate to the point that they cannot be denied, science acts upon it. It's how science works. Simply identify that. We operate within our own metric. Stay confined. Always trying to improve on the data that is there. That's why you got that continuous circle. Not necessarily always trying to move the paradigm. Their process is even by means of falsification, it remains within the particular paradigm. He's explaining the phenomena. So what my brother here is saying that because fringe theories are dismissed because there's no there
Mm,
there, they are
mm,
operating as ostrich politics. You see how they
yeah,
flim flam, the nonsense. Like, and I
yeah,
know where they're going. I know where they're going
yeah,
before they
man.
go here because I actually study the data and trying. So now I understand the nuances, and you hear the flim flam. You hear
Read
the
the
flim flam.
read the chat. Read
You
the chat. Yo. Read the chat.
Bro, can you guys look up
No, no, no,
ostrich
no, no, no,
problem?
no, no. We want to
I don't
read.
need to
No, we
look
want
at
to
the
read the.
chat, man.
We
Tell
want
the
to read the
chat to
chat.
look
No,
up
no, we
the
got some
definition
sources
of
in the
ostrich
chat.
problem.
No, we got the source in the chat, yo.
In 2014, Noble established the third way of evolution, TWE
Forget
project
about
with
Noble,
James
man.
A.
Look at
Shapiro.
the
No, no,
ostrich
we
Stop.
can't
problem.
forget. No, no, no. Start.
You
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 guys
we
do
want
go
to
your
just get
realize
way.
them
that
out the
You
way.
guys feel
No,
bro,
no,
competent.
bro,
no, no. Yeah, we
why
feel comfortable right there.
why
We
do
want to
you
get them out the way.
insist? Why do you insist on be doing that, bro? Like you don't understand that that's like that is it doesn't function well over here, bro. You don't get that? You don't get that. You really don't get it. I don't know what you're accustomed to. But a conversation, you don't cut people off, you let them finish, you will get the flow, bro. It's not that hard. In 2014, Noble established a third way of evolution, the TWE project with James A. Shapiro, which rejects natural selection as the primary cause of evolution and predict that uh, the entire framework, modern synthesis of evolution will be replaced. Through these claims, though these claims have not yet gained support from mainstream evolutionary biology, NTW has been described as a fringe movement. Exactly. The scientific method, the fact that we go through the falsification process, the fact that there is no there, this hypothesis is empty, have no experimentation, and comes from a particular sector in the world called intelligent design, it is dismissed. And because it operates behind that nominal wall, there is no there. He makes a claim. Where's the evidence to support it? Nowhere. And now you're jumping to abiogenesis, which is a completely different domain, and trying to do your flim flam, your natural philosophy, your idea, your hypothesis. They have no value in this arena. None. And so, why do you insist on operating outside the metric? You cannot operate behind Kant nominal wall. You do not have the room, the space in this environment to make it up. You are disqualified. You are fundamentally wrong in your analysis of everything. The way you put it together, your synthesis is only your own, and it is not valid by no metric. So why do you insist on telling us to look it up when we cannot look up nothing you're saying as coherent? Don't answer that. Unc, you got the floor, and I'm rounding this show up. Wow. Pseudo judo.
Hey, great show. Just to rewind a little bit, that first conversation with the guy from the UK. Big up to the brother from the UK. The UK supports the pseudo killers and community skeptics. So big up to them. And I was talking about the modern idea. around science. I wasn't giving a philosophical argument at all. And big up to my man from the islands, man. Big up to you, bro. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate your support, man. Conversations, man, is always there. Appreciate you. And man, great show, Cedric. Keep going. Let's not let the people get us too frustrated, bro. Great
Nah,
job, man. Great job.
and I stayed out of the Discord. I stayed out of the Discord today
Oh
because I
yeah.
knew this one was gonna be like this. I knew it, and I'm sad. I knew it was gonna this one. They gonna push back today. I knew it. They gonna knock down the door today. Like they gonna knock down the door today.
And big up to all the pseudo killers, man. Juju, man. I don't know where the hell she went at.
Gigi
Miss
Juju
Tiff.
saved the day. I was out of the proper terminology. Juju was right there with the rescue, man. I'm saying we're dealing with science, math, method, and Juju hit no empiricism versus formal. Yeah, boom, bam. Thank you, Juju. That was a save. That was a save. That was a save.
Anyway, man. All right, that's all I gotta say, man. I'm out, man. Big up to the
Shout
brother,
out to
man.
Son, I
CBO.
appreciate you, big bro. Thank you for that, for that, for those kind words. I'm tired of this morning. I'm really tired. Y'all work me today.
Big up to Sarnetta Studios, man. Get out my icon, Sarnetta.
Savior, you get
You
the
know
floor.
damn well.
Rebel, don't go nowhere, brother. I'm gonna give you the floor to close out. Savior, you got the floor, brother.
Yeah, I just want to say, like I always say, man, stop putting your biases and what you want the science to say or what you believe the science is saying, and let the science actually speak for itself, because it has helped us get rid of diseases such as the bubonic plague, measles, mumps, rubella, chicken pox, and a whole host of other plagues and things that if people just philosophized about it and prayed about it, a lot of people might not be here. Stop trying to make science wrong because you wanted to say something that it isn't saying. Abiogenesis has nothing to do
With evolution.
with evolution. It's a whole different ball game.
All
Abiogenesis
right.
only had to happen once.
Yeah. Yep. Rebel Ross, you got the floor, my brother.
Hey guys, can you hear me okay?
Just a minute, Ron. Rebel
Yep.
Ross got the floor.
Okay.
Everything in life, if we say from an evolutionary point of view, saying if we say we are scientists and we're coming from that Darwin point of view, everything is evolution. From that so-called archaic cells, right? From archaic bacteria to right where we at right now. It's an evolution. So when people are talking about this and that, it's like everything of science is taken into one. The theories now try to explain different spectrums of it. But if we try to entail all the sciences together, that's what they're trying to do, is explain nature in one. But we separating them chemistry, biology, biochemistry, and feel like we're doing something. We ain't doing nothing. That's why we cannot figure out certain things as scientists, because at the end of the day, as a physicist, you have to go to different spectrum chemists. You have to talk to this, you have to talk to that, because the specialties restrict us, even though it help us. And everybody coming on the panel or on the platform want to talk about this, but guess what? All what we studying and we reading here, all of us studying it. And that is what the scientist is all about. Studying stuff and correlating the relativity of things. Einstein, right? And the connection of the given and two. So if we don't understand certain things that we're really talking about, we just studying sectors and studying curriculum. We're not studying the real science because we're just on here to argue. But at the end of the day, what I'm arguing is, or what I'm here, not to argue, but to prove the point of showing connectivity between biology and chemistry and physiology, because while one is working, the other one is working also. So we need not to forget that. And in order for us to come from Luca to where we at today, right, we need that evolution. And before Luca, that's why scientists don't go into that the archaic cells too much. That's why they don't go into the parentage before Luca, because it's kind of not unexplainable, but at the end of the day, it's going way so far. So we need to consider certain things that people cutting out. And because we're talking about a certain part of science, sometimes it's a long 2-3 hour. We need to understand that, bro, something's gonna come up. And even though somebody make a claim and I'm wrong, it doesn't mean that's where I'm at. I'm not pseudo, bro. I like to get real information. And if I come up with something and it's wrong, so to speak, then just push it in my face. I'm not petty, and I'm not trying to turn up Cedric. The people them out there trying to interact also. So we have to give them different questions. We have to give them certain feedback so they understand the information more. That's how you get information to stick it. If you're in a class and no question asked.
You get a chance to close the
No,
floor.
hold on. One more thing.
No, that's enough. You don't get to critique nothing I'm doing. You don't dictate.
No, I'm talking the other kid.
Shut up at this point. Now I'm gonna shut you up because you think that you have a say, that you have no, you don't. Your rhetoric, everything you just said right there was just a lot of talking. You couldn't synthesize what you were saying. It wasn't coherent. You couldn't reach the conclusion. Then you proceeded to tell me that I must allow your pseudoisms, your incoherency to infect what I'm doing. Every time you do that, this is what happens. You get stopped and I dissect what you say. Right? So your incoherency, these domains and these disciplines are different, not because we don't intertwine them, but it's necessary to study them separately. We are working with the tools that we have. We are come to the point now that we can actually investigate abiogenesis to a certain degree. What we cannot do is replicate the early form of the universe. So this is where certain sticker points are. Right now with abiogenesis, we are at the point that they are discussing whether catalysis or polymerization is the key or is the primary driver. We understand how early lipids are formed. We understand these things. These are separate disciplines. This is how we understand the world in stages. That's why science doesn't speak in absolutes, speaks in proximities. The exercise today was to acknowledge the human aspect of science, the very human aspect of it. The very human aspect of science. And within that humanity requires humility. That humility is what allows us to continue to do science because we understand that we do not know. That is the premise from which we operate, from a do not know. Kuhn's whole objective was to remain humble in that understanding. All human biases, he illustrated them, point them out. He explicitly illustrated the nuances within science. We talk about paradigm shift, but they happen very difficult. And once they move from Newtonian to general and special relativity. All these things was expounded on. We understood the principle of the ostrich principle from a more holistic and transparent way, right? So the head in the sand, no, we broke it down. We illustrated where these confinements come from. Your cultural baggage is something that remains paramount. In our conclusion, human subjectivity was the major point and the humility that is required. Understanding these aspects, this is why science offers us the best way of understanding our reality because we understand these limitations. Pointing them out does not mean that that's where we stuck. Pointing them out provided us the opportunity to create mechanisms by which we limit the risk of these things. To apply methodological naturalism to the institution of science itself, to continue to correct, to continue to observe, to continue to dissect. That is the contribution Kuhn made to the scientific endeavor. Ronald, you got the floor.
Thanks, Cedric. I appreciate the opportunity. I always enjoy your presentations, even though you and I sometimes go back and forth. I would certainly say that your methodology of presentations typically on point, always thought provoking. Uh,
Appreciate it.
and obviously, this is the end of the presentation, so I apologize for coming on so late. But maybe in the future, you can talk about uh, positivism and falsification on the quantum level. The way I understand what you're talking about, primarily on the Newtonian, as you just mentioned, the Newtonian as well as the
Mhm.
relativistic level, but on the quantum level, which tends to be more probabilistic than deterministic. Does post positivism uh, is there space for post positivism on the quantum level? And
Yes.
obviously that's a larger discussion.
if
Maybe you can
you
have
if
some
you
type of
if you
discussion
see
about it
that,
later.
for example, quantum entanglement, the Nobel Peace Prize was handed out recently last year, because now they're actually applying quantum entanglement within quantum computing. So in terms of that theory being fulfilled and understanding how these mechanisms operate to the point that we can actually use them, that requires the process of falsification itself. The peer review process is going to continue to happen. The specific application, right, the principle remains. How that is applied and how that is executed, that is worked out based on the methodologies applied, right? But it remains a grounding principle, although probabilistic determinism creates its own issues. Let's say the measurement itself creates issues. So that has its issues, and the falsification process within that framework needs to operate how that needs to operate there. But the fundamental aspect of falsification, verification, peer review remains in place.
Okay, thanks.
Ultimately, is the data produced, the methodology applied, and the conclusions reached, which are examined, right? And the replication of these experiments allows us for the ability to falsify. And again, quantum computing means that we have crossed that phase and actually employed it in technology. So it is no longer just a theory at this point. Nobel Peace Prize has been handed out, and quantum computing is pretty much here.
Fred, can I ask one question before you go? Because
Go ahead.
uh, Rastafari said something, and and I'm kind of questioning his logic on it. So he mentioned that physiology and chemistry are used are talked about separately, but does does that negate anything that has happened with humanity and the and evolution? If those, because those are distinct classes, chemistry has its own set of parameters, physiology has its own set of parameters. Does that take away or negate anything with evolution?
No, no, not at all. It supports it fundamentally, right? If you look at body plans, Hobbes genes, the biochemistry of a body, biochemistry is tied into physiology. The exertion of energy produces biochemical reaction. So even though these disciplines are studied independently, they work seamlessly together when you start to observe subjects like biomechanics or bioengineering, is where these disciplines come together, right? Spectrometry of a brain has multiple disciplines that it's used in medicine, which is doing a biological determination.
Hmm.
As a lab tech, my specific area is biochemistry, is the chemistry of the body, right? Quantitative and qualitative analysis of enzymes, of hormones, of the chemical processes, of the chemical compounds that exist within biology. So the statement in itself is rather fallacious. These disciplines are studied independently, but they intertwine and they overlap. That's biochemistry, is between chemistry and biology. It is what produces the biology. But you can study biology as a entity, as a biological agent, how it operates. Now you can look at mechanisms within that system. You can look at physiology within that system, and it's going to tie back to biochemistry. It's going to tie back to chemistry, and ultimately tie back to physics. There is no actual separation. There are domains created for proper investigation. And yes, the Western system is see the world as a system, as a machine, and dissecting, and blah, 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 blah. Yes. However, that system has produced the most reliable results up until now, and and we don't have any other
Said,
system that can
what
produce the equivalent work.
what is kinesiology?
What? Say that again.
Can you explain to Rastafari what kinesiology is?
That is body movement, the disbursement of energy, how you move, how you
All the
the
disciplines that he was just talking about wrapped in one, right?
yeah, yeah. So again, statement was incorrect. It's an emotional one, not fully understanding how this works and how they operate coherently, even to the point that when you say the elements that nature is made of, our ball and everything on it is made of, are produced by dying stars. All the elements that, so the totality of the interconnectivity with the macro and the micro is literally there, right? But you chop it up to understand these things. But when you take a macro view, you see how they're all interconnected. You got the flow, Rebel Ross.
Yeah, that's why I saying brethren, Cedric and the brethren, what his name? The brethren that keep saying, yeah. Brethren, we all saying the same thing, you know. That is why I'm telling to you is from that perspective, when you saying they cannot be separated. That's what I'm saying to you on a physical sense. We as humans separate them. That's why we have a
We're not saying
disparity in the
nothing that
connection.
that is how
You have to
science
slow
works,
down.
bro. Like you
I
gonna
am
say now
slow,
you agree
man.
with
Let me
me
say
when you
something.
were trying to say that was somehow wrong or incomplete or fallible. Now I'm putting the whole picture. Now you're saying that's what I'm saying. No, that's not what you were saying.
No, that's what I was saying, bro. I'm saying we have the problem because
We
humans
don't
don't
have a
put the.
problem.
There
We
is
don't have
We
a
no
have
problem.
problem,
dysfunction.
bro.
If you saying it's a problem, then you don't agree with me.
Okay, let's say not. Let's
You
say
say it's a problem. You do not agree with nothing I just said.
let's say it's not a
Nor
problem
me.
because you guys using
You just
semantics.
said
Let me
it's a
get.
problem. You
I
just
know,
said
I
it's a
know. I might
problem.
use the word in the
Right.
wrong way, and
Nobody
you
is
guys.
using semantics.
Well,
Nobody is using semantics.
let me say what I'm trying to say without trying to get the semantics out. Let me just get the
So you don't even know
ideology
what
out.
semantics are. You
So
don't
you
even know
didn't
what
say what you
semantics
just
are.
said.
Bro,
So
you
you
guys
didn't
you just
say
using words because I said problem. I don't mean it in a
you
problematic way, bro. I mean
said
it in a
what you
confusing way, in
said.
a
And I
dysfunctional way.
dissected what you
It's
said,
not
bro. There
confusing
is
and
no
it's not
moving on.
dysfunctional.
You
It's
Bro,
not
made your
confusing or
statement.
dysfunctional.
You
They
made your
separate the discipline
what am I saying is confusing or dysfunctional?
anyway.
the way that they're taught
No,
because
I'm just
they
saying
all
it.
need to
I'm just saying it's not the way
watch
they
this.
taught. I'm saying it's because we have to. Because guess what? If me, you, Cedric, and so going to college right now, Cedric becomes a biochemist, right? I becomes a biologist, and you becomes a chemist. It's like we studying the same thing, but in the point in time we go out there, we still have to relate with each other to get what's going on. Whereas if we were doing the
That's the
sciences
way
in a
science works, though, bro. That's the way it
I
works.
know,
So,
bro.
what's
I
your
know that's
point?
how it works.
What's
And
your
that's what
point?
I'm saying is
What's your point? What's your
the separation shows dysfunction between nature because some people
No,
don't
it
understand.
doesn't.
Some people don't put
anyway,
the
bro,
collective
bro, bro,
together. What they do,
bro.
This
they
is
put it
sad.
in sections and separates. So
Yes,
people understand
So
biology, but they don't understand chemistry, or they have to go to a
because
biologist to explain that. You know what I'm saying to you? That's what I'm saying to you, bro. When we are experts, we are good in one thing most likely, but it's not universal. That's what I'm saying. It's not a collective
So
idea. That's why we get PhD
this
and a
is
doctorate
retarded.
in chemistry, in this and that. But at the end of the day, these people still have to come in a committee in order to make certain empirical laws or certain
Oh,
theories.
this is
Because at the end
he's
of the
just
day,
trying to debunk science right now. He's just trying to go against science and the
no,
scientific
I'm
theory
not, bro.
right
I'm
now.
for
Yes, you
science,
are.
bro.
Anyway,
No,
anyway,
you're not.
anyway, anyway.
Bro,
Um,
I
I,
got, I
let,
got, I got, I got, I got
Rebel
all
Ross,
those.
Rebel Ross, Rebel Ross. I don't need you to teach. That's what
I'm
this
not
series is.
teaching, bro. I'm just saying.
Please just stop speaking because you think you're teaching
Anyway,
and you're really
you get an
not. You're
opportunity to
hurting
close out,
people's
and
brain.
you're going on a rant,
Well, you
trying to.
guys like the dysfunction. I'm just trying to bring a unity within the subjects, bro, because that's how
Actually,
I
we
look
don't
at
like
it.
Bro,
dysfunction.
there is unity within the subjects. What are you talking about?
It is,
You
but
are
that's not
getting,
how it's taught between schools. That's not how
off
it's taught in
me,
schools, bro.
bro.
It's
If
taught as
you
distinctions. It's taught as separates. That's what I'm showing to you. That's why we all go to college and become experts in one thing, and
Bro,
not a
bro, just
collective
stop.
thing versus the
Just
liberal
stop. Just
arts.
you
stop.
done, you
Just
done.
stop because everybody's not going to go to college and study biology, chemistry, and anatomy
Bro,
and get a degree in all of those. Are you
Cedric,
ridiculous?
Bro,
Cedric. No, no,
no,
no.
no,
That's not what I'm saying to you. Is
oh
what I'm
my
saying
God.
to you,
You
bro.
want talk, but you just need to hear yourself talk over and over,
No,
repeating the
Cedric, what I'm
same
saying to
mode.
you, me and
You
you in
cut
the
me off
same.
again. You cut me the fuck off again. I just shut up and let you speak. The moment I say two words, you cut me off, bro. If you don't have the discipline required to behave like a grown man, do not come on the panel when I'm here, please. Because you're frustrating the hell out of me, and I do not have this problem usually. It seems like you just don't have the discipline to let someone finish a goddamn sentence. I don't. Why I mute you, bro? That ain't necessary. Say that again. To understand these disciplines, they are chopped up. Yes, that's how Western science operates. However, these fields are united. They cross over. They must operate together. There is no independent fields anymore. To study biology now, you have to understand evolution. To study biology, you need to understand chemistry. To study chemistry, you need to understand physics. To understand biology, you need to have physics. You can later on go and specialize in particular areas, but there's a general understanding because all these disciplines work together. So the point you were trying to make was moot. And why is it necessary within this framework of this conversation? The conversation is Thomas Kuhn. This is the discipline that is required to be here. I do not allow stray from the topic, muddying the waters with irrelevant points. That's my whole thing. We understand how science operates. This is the fourth installment in this series. There's 20 episodes. Go watch them. Go watch them. The whole series is about how we think. Y'all want to operate in how we are working, what they're doing. No, you cannot go there without understanding how the thought process works, even here. Yes, you need to create distinct disciplines, but they work together. You don't have no biology without evolution. That's why there's evolutionary biology. They are all interconnected. You have no biology without chemistry, so you have biochemistry. They're all interconnected. These are sub-disciplines within the totality because of their interconnectedness. You don't have physiology without understanding biochemistry, without understanding kinetics. To study kinetics, you need to have physics. To create the illusion
Said,
that there this major separation is a false narrative. That's the
and
point.
you just said something that's really crazy. You said biology, and you must have biology. You must have chemistry to have biology. Before you have biology, what did you have? Chemistry. You had cells coming together, making chemical reactions before you had biological organisms. What is wrong with this man?
Anyway, at this point now, I'm winding down. Ron, thank you for your feedback. And it's been a rough one today, though. I gotta
Yes, it
admit.
Yeah,
has.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yes, it has been pretty rough.
And
And
maybe,
I
maybe,
know, I knew the conceptualization of this stuff would be hard because it seems like I'm speaking against myself. And during the whole thing, I'm asking everyone, stay right there with me now. Stay right there. I know the picture I'm painting, but we're gonna get there because he illustrating this stuff and it provides a solution. The solution is there. I said he's applying methodological naturalism to the institution itself. Now, at this point, that's all I need to say because my audience has been trained and they understand what methodological naturalism is. Once that framework is established, it allows you a specific thought process. You are going to dissect, double check, triple check if these mechanisms are accomplishing what they need to accomplish. Why did he do that? He understood the history of science. He understood the dangers of the priesthood forming again, and you safeguard against that. If you're operating within a particular epistemic regime, a particular paradigm, not epistemic regime, sorry, particular paradigm, worldview, your society, the affluence can afford you the position of authority. What does Kuhn say? Check your biases. Your framework, your particular paradigm isn't the end all be all. Doesn't mean everything that comes out of a paradigm is science. No, it's still subject to the rigors of science. But the institution itself is subject to the rigors of science. And that's why you get papers written about the institution, about the fall, about the pitfall. He also illustrated our human nature, conservatism. We do not jump at the first anomaly, not at the second one, not even at the third. There'll be a whole body of work that actually moves this particular paradigm. Like you cannot get around it. Okay, then. And only then. We understand these limitations. And that's why Kuhn's work was so relevant to science, to the institution, to maintain the objectivity which it is trying to achieve. Understanding and taking human limitations, human subjectivity into account. We'll do some work preparing the next series, the philosophy of mind, when this subjectivity is going to come to the forefront. We're going to understand how science allows us to operate with those subjectivities by curtailing them as much as possible, always acknowledging that they're there. That's why science is tentative. That's why we rely on models. That's why there's no absolute or no truth being sought. The limits of our perception, what truth is there to be sought? Only the best model for us to understand the reality around us. That is the endeavor of science. And by means of these framework that we have established throughout this series, this is the guardrails and the guidelines that allows science to produce what it produces and for us to exist in the world as we do today. Thanks for vaccines. Thanks for agricultural industry. Thanks for medicine and the rest that affords us to live twice as long as we did just 100 years ago. And I think when
I
you
want
think
to
of,
thank vaccines again.
yeah, vaccines again. Yeah. Thank vaccines again.
Shit.
Yeah.
Because without those, half the population would be gone. Think
Fact.
about measles, mumps, polio, all those syphilis, all those diseases and stuff that was taking people out.
Facts.
Yeah,
Ladies and gentlemen,
welcome to CedTalks.
Thank y'all for
Where we
showing up
separate
again.
fact from fiction.
I'll be back on Friday for
Mess it up
Free
with
for
every
All.
time. It's that CedTalks.
Everybody can get
Yo,
it in.
set it straight. Cut through the noise, elevate the debate. No pseudo talk, no
Peace,
foggy
my brother
claims.
Everlast.
Just evidence-based when we build these frames. CedTalks, yeah, clarity first. If it ain't got method, it probably won't work. From ancient knowledge to modern science, we draw that line, that clear defined. They say the ancients had science. Hold up, pause. Knowledge ain't the same as methodological laws. Observation, yeah, but control tests rare. No predictive models, you gotta be fair. We respect the past, but we keep it exact. Precision matters when you deal with facts. Astronomy grew, astrology split. One stayed empirical, one lean myth. The shift came through naturalistic method. Just standing of eyes, that's how we embed it. Not culture bound, not tied to a place. It's a universal tool for the human race. This got CedTalks.
Don't forget to smash that like button.
Cut through the noise, elevate the
Join the
debate. No
Pseudo Killer Army.
talk, no foggy
Subscribe
claims.
to the
Just
channel.
evidence based when we build these frames. CedTalks, yeah, clarity first. If it ain't got method, it probably won't work. From ancient knowledge to modern science, we draw that line, that clear defiance. They blur definition, start moving the goalposts. Turn fried to a claim that don't hold close. Science ain't known, this a process refined. Independent of culture, space and time. You can't redefine it to fit identity. That's how you lose all epistemic integrity.
After today's show, we need a little bit of this. Right?
What's your ideology? Seems to be the question round here lately. Every discussion rooted in blackology, fueled by the lack of integrity. Case in point, the so-called strategy, misleading the people. High level foolery. Smash, come of us, king's monologue. It must be a conspiracy. Nostalgia got 'em stuck in the past.
What's good? What's happening? A well-organized lie. A well-organized lie. Defeats a disorganized truth every time. Woo-hoo-wee.
A pseudo gon' die, they saw a pseudo killer, I'm a pseudo killer, intellectual sunslinger, hey. I'm a pseudo killer, intellectual sunslinger, hey. I'm a pseudo killer, intellectual sunslinger, hey. Pseudo gon' die, they saw a pseudo killer, I'm a pseudo killer, intellectual sunslinger, hey. I'm a pseudo killer, intellectual sunslinger, hey. I'm a pseudo killer, intellectual sunslinger. Who do you believe in? People bringing misinformation when that information ain't disinformation, that's disinformation. Gotta know the difference in information, get information. With the pseudo killer army hunting pseudo, cause you gotta train your mind to fight against the pseudo judo. People with the scholarship salute, we give them kudos. But the people with that look of shit, we look and see straight through those like telescope. If you ain't speaking fast, we gotta tell them folks and let them know the truth of. You bringing malinformation to blast, then you the Ku Klux. Like say, don't talk me to death, bro, what the proof of? Good juju chillin', why you wanna go way bad juju up? Shalom boy got the tank in the cut. I'm in Sosa world plotting on the kick though with Kent. Come in Tiffany gave me the pseudo names on the list and said went and got the low. Anthony got him in the scope, Gullah and Gozy. Make sure DNA ain't a problem for them folks, cause a pseudo gon' die, they saw a pseudo killer, I'm a pseudo killer, intellectual sunslinger, hey. I'm a pseudo killer, intellectual sunslinger, hey. I'm a pseudo killer, intellectual sunslinger, hey. Pseudo gon' die, they saw a pseudo killer, I'm a pseudo killer, intellectual